As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of colour and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the colour within a composition. So that colour palette is often driven by the colour in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonise. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with colour and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time. We want to celebrate those images by framing them and put them on a wall. So in years to come, could you have a museum where there are digital paintings that people want to come and visit? A song can be broken down into different elements. They all play a part in the composition of that soundtrack. There'll be something about that song that makes you want to play that song over and over again. And maybe each time you'll pick up on different elements. If we make a successful image, you'll want to look at it over and over again. Maybe the more that you look at it, you will then pick up the fact that there's leaves on the ground, or there's dapple shadow in the corner, or there's a figure in the window. So there's thought into every aspect.
generous support of EIZO APAC, we are thrilled to announce an exciting new category that is open to all entrants and photographers around Australia and the world. My name is Peter Eastway, and you have the dubious honour of putting up with me for the next little while. We have some wonderful judges in the room. Now, I'm going to get into trouble with... have you guys all mic'd up?
Yeah, we've got mics.
You got mics? Alrighty, so I'm going to make this easy because I'm good on a first name basis, but sometimes I get into trouble. I can never pronounce Steve's surname, but we're going to start with Vanessa anyway first. So Vanessa, just say who you are quickly. We're mindful that we're on a time and why you're... and say welcome.
Oh, welcome. Hi. Are these all happening?
Should be coming through.
Good.
Talking.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah.
There. Good. All good. Hello. Hi. I'm Vanessa McCauley. What could I say? Thanks for having me. But this is my absolute favourite type of genre, where we're piecing together creative works that might tell our imagination, our stories in our head that otherwise can't be told in either a single capture or a not considering creative elements. It's absolutely, my
Love.
bee's knees love. Yeah.
Fantastic. Steve?
Yeah, my name's Steve Scalone, Mr. Peter Eastaway.
So Steve, I seem to remember you doing some documentary photography. You mean your documentary shots were composites?
Nice. I'm a Melbourne photographer. Are we talking about ourselves or I'm just going into that? Okay, yes. Melbourne commercial photographer. And yes, so glad to be here and judging this event.
Fantastic. Linda?
Hi, I'm Belinda Richards. I'm a pet photographer here in Melbourne, and I love to use animals instead of people in my work, and compositing is just one of those things that pets and Photoshop go together really well. So, yeah,
So
that's
you're
what I
part
do.
of the demographic where they say in Australia we spend 3.6 billion a year on our kids and 5.4 billion on our pets. So
That's exactly right. No kids here.
young Andrew.
Young Andrew, I like you, Peter.
It's all relative, isn't it?
Andy Campbell, resident of planet Earth, been known to take the odd photo or two, been doing it for 40 years. Still love it. Look forward to seeing these. Thanks for coming.
Cool. And I'm Bruce Moyle. I'm a videographer and a commercial photographer and moonlight as an abstract fine artist. And I rate the capture and the whole process as equal measure. So this category is great.
Yeah. Okay, maybe just for Adam behind, who's our sixth judge.
Yeah, hi, my name's Adam Hourigan. I'm a newspaper photographer and also event work, so I probably come from the light side or the dark side. So, but really looking forward to seeing some of the work.
Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you. So we, the promise, I guess, the premise of this award. You see, I need my glasses. God, we've got to talk to Karen and Robin about. It doesn't cost any more to make the type a little bit bigger for the old people. I mean, they've got big screens. I mean, we like big screens, don't we? So, the premise of this award is to honour the unique creativity and skill of the photographic artist. While photography is a large part of the photographic artist's image production, there is often an equal weighting on the post-production skill required to bring a composite together. And so I think it's great that we've got this category started, and having an EIZO monitor up there is fantastic because even though I love prints, and if you love the quality of the image that you're seeing on an EIZO, sometimes I can remember being at a function at a conference, and they had down the bottom of this tube 2 images, and they were both the same, and one was on the EIZO monitor and one was on a print, and they got people to guess which was which, and 50% got it right and 50% got it wrong. You just had no idea. And I think so whether you're just going for electronic capture or print, then an EIZO monitor is a must. I certainly have an EIZO monitor, and I would do this commercial for them at any time because they're wonderful monitors. Okay, so we're looking around here, and I'm looking at the wonderful organisers behind us. Blue hair seems to be the, if you're not here, if you've got blue hair, it makes you a good administrator. I actually have no hair, but then again, Andrew's got even less than me, so that's all right. What are we doing next? First picture? Do I announce?
Move the judges up and yes,
Okay.
pop the first picture.
So it won't be long out there in Streamland, and we will be showing you the first photograph. I'm not quite too sure what you're looking at the moment, whether it's a blank screen. I know you're not looking at me. That's a good thing.
So you guys should, as we add you, it should come. Oh, yes.
So the way the judges are asked to score is to Now, you give a score out of 100, but you're scoring in bands, and so from 90 to 100 is a finalist. In other words, this is an image that the judges believe should be, is potentially the winner and in the final category. There's the semi-finalist, which is 80 to 89, and they're almost as good as the finalists. And then there's the commended, where fantastic photo, just maybe not in the finalist categories, obviously. And then there's the below the finalist range as well. So we have a full range of score from 50 to 100. And we've just got lights being put out here, so we're all in the dark now. No one knows how to get back to their chair. Everybody is reviewing the image. And judges, I'll ask you to start scoring the first picture. So we have now, I'm new to this, so I'm going to say we're in the commended range, is that correct? You're going to give me an average? I'm just trying to move my screen around so I can see what it is.
The average is
Average is 78. 78, so that's in the commended range. So maybe a comment from Belinda? I knew you'd do it. This is Belinda's first time, so I thought I'd make her talk first.
Awesome. Pick on the newbie. All right. Look, this is a really sweet image, and I'm loving the colour palette. I just look at, it's a little bit soft for me, a little bit overworked maybe on the skins, and I do feel like we've lost the details in the black, so maybe watch that when lighting your image. But really cute pose, and if this is your child and you happen to be a doctor or a nurse, what a great thing to put on your wall. Keep it up.
Well done, that's fantastic. Yep. Are the judges comfortable with that? We'll go to the next image, thank you. Well done, Belinda. The computer says no. I'm not too sure whether people know about Little Britain. You're not allowed to see it on this. Yeah, you can only see it on DVDs because it's off all the streaming services now. Okay, next picture is up. The picture is scored 73. And Bruce, maybe a comment from you, perhaps, unless somebody else. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I like the idea of the image and the hands holding the baby afloat, or how it's kind of hard to tell if it's a vertical or if it's a lay down. I found the actual production of the hands on the top really distracting, and the crop particularly as well. I found that it just took your eye away from the central subject. So maybe look at how to tone that into the image a bit more succinctly, or the crop, or anything in those ways. But it's good.
So maybe darkening down the top.
Yeah, darkening it down a little bit. Yeah, and yeah, maybe The actual aspect ratio, maybe you could go a little bit wider to make it feel a bit more.
So slightly wider. Thank you, that's great. Everybody comfortable? We'll go to the next picture, please. So if you judges do want to talk, you put your hand up and yell out at me that we're ready for the next image. So we have a 65, not quite into the commended range. Andrew, maybe a comment as to what the different in competitions, isn't it? I mean,
Sure,
what do you
sure.
think the entrant's missing here?
The idea is certainly there, but to execute this perhaps into an award, maybe some thoughts of having some connection with the horse and the figure, perhaps looking in the same direction or looking at each other. The disconnect there is what's sort of stopping it. It's also the cropping is quite awkward with the horse's nose being cropped out so severely, and the background is also very distracting, as is her dress. It's very busy. So as a result, we tend to kind of look around the image a lot, but we're not really focusing on any one central point. And so the story is getting a little bit lost in translation.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to the next image, please. I often wonder whether we should be moving all of the judges' chairs up for those who are in streaming land. The chairs are about 1.5, 2 metres away from the beautiful EIZO monitor up the front there. And when a new picture comes up, we all walk up to it just like we did with a print, and we look at the screen and we marvel at the image, and then we go back to our seats. The only problem is it's a little bit dark in here, and I've watched Steve trip over a couple of times, and Vanessa's having problems as well finding a seat. But yeah.
I can't see that. We can't bring that closer, can we?
Yeah, and then I can't see it, but that's all right. We can. Oh, yeah, that's a point. Can we
Can we go forward a bit further?
We can go close.
We'll get you guys to come forward a little bit. Let's just finish dealing with this picture first. So we've got an average score. I'm waiting for a roll of drums. We've got an average. We're having problems. The computer says no. That's right. So we should have an average coming through, and we're probably going to have a discussion, I'm suggesting. Aren't we, Stephen? So we're just to keep things going along. We've got 4 of the judges in the 80s and 1 judge who's sitting on 91. And
Swapped.
oh, you've swapped, have you?
No, it's actually Andrew.
Oh, it's Andrew. Oh, okay. There you go. The other way around. Good. So we're going to have a so it should have been Andrew, shouldn't it? Yeah. But that's wonderful. So that's what this is all about. Andrew, you've got the floor.
Oh, cool.
We haven't got a score yet.
Yeah. So the score is going to be 86, something like that, I'm guessing.
Okay, so beautiful image. Love the craftsmanship. Really enjoying the tonality, the range here that we've been presented with. I love the spotlit effect and the way that it's translated so perfectly to mould this person. You really get a sense of design. It harkens back a little bit to the era of Hollywood where you had those sort of spotlit look effects going on. Compositionally, it's very strong. I love this circular background that it's just placed it beautifully, and there's so much intrigue and detail going on there as this person's, perhaps it's a kaleidoscope, perhaps it's a very tiny telescope, but what they're looking through and the way that the entrant has also just brought that little bit of light ray focusing on her eye to us. I think it's really beautifully placed and poised and graceful and nice.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Steve?
Yeah, and with those elements, I totally agree with you, Andrew. What I'm finding is perhaps a disconnect between the vines in the background, the costume, and who this character is. Those rays of light that are falling upon her face, I feel, are actually distracting. They seem just a little bit too heavy. And of course, it's not meant to mimic reality. However, I just feel that it actually detracts from the actual story.
Yep, we've got an average of 84. Anybody else like to comment? Vanessa?
Look, because it is so beautiful in its in the choice of tonal contrast between the front character and the background. That's to be very much commended. I'm a little distracted by just some highlights, and it's not all of them. It's just some, especially the one on the leg and the one on the front of the hand. And I think it's just a little bit of toning some of those down so that we're focused on her face and that ray hitting her face. I'd be much more comfortable with that.
Thank you. Andrew, we think we're giving you a right of reply. Unless there's anybody else, I think everyone's good.
Just touching on the disconnect comment, I guess, could be a cosplay. There's a lot going on in there, and it's so deliberately done with the fact that there's a circle in the background and there's circles in the object she's holding. This person could be a character from a fantasy or a science fiction or anything like that, even a cartoon strip. We don't know. And it might be close to that person's heart, but if you ever wander around Comic-Con, you'll see some amazing stuff there. And I dare say this is a homage to one of those.
So I believe the protocol is you should notice what your score is. Andrew is required to re-enter his score, and the other 4 judges are able to score as they wish. Do you press a special button? Yep, button is being reset. And judges, if you'd like to...
So you do want me to re-enter?
Yes, I believe you've got to re-enter your score as it was. Well, moved a little bit, went from 84 to 86, so thank you judges for the debate, and we have a semi-finalist. That's a great looking picture. Next image, please. It's hard, Next print, please. Next image, please. Next photographic artistic expression, please.
That's lovely. I like that. That's the one.
I will get to move our chairs for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
Yeah, if you'd like to move your chairs up, that's all good. Okay, you can get out the left side. Yeah. Isn't this cosy? Yours is on the right there, on the other side there, just underneath there. I think I need to get my calculator out. I think I could probably be a bit quicker. I'm just waiting for the automatic system there. There we go. We've got a commended at 73. Belinda, a comment for the entrant as to what we have as a delightful subject there.
Yeah, it is quite a delightful subject. I'm loving the look on the dog's face. The expression is quite cute and interesting. What I would suggest is possibly pulling back. It's the crop's a little bit awkward, having the foot cut off the bottom and the back end of the dog. The dog's body language is all over, and it's if you're going to cut it off, it needs to be for a reason. But other than that, this is really cute. Oh, and the other thing I would just watch the magentas in your whites, please. Other than that, cute as.
Thank you. Okay, next picture, please. Next photograph, please. Next composite, please. Next, please. That's a good idea. Obviously a lighting expert, Mark. For those in streaming land, we're just trying to get a little bit of ambient light in the room so that we're not all tripping over ourselves. Well, I'm not, but Steve is. Oh, system working quickly. We've got an 82, a semi-finalist image. We do have a range of scores from 74 up. Do you want to challenge it, though, Steve?
Yes, please.
Okay, Steve, you're on 88. Fire away.
Absolutely. So immediately the visual impact really kind of hit home to what the story is here, and it's parallel universe. So there's a person in the foreground down on his luck and kind of passing his parallel self maybe inside, kind of living life as that person does. It's crafted beautifully in a really cinematic, refined way. I didn't go higher purely because, as I'm sure others will let me know, that there are perhaps some slight technical issues, which is why I didn't kind of put it into the higher award range. But the actual concept, the delivery is just really, really refined.
Okay, yep. Belinda.
I'm kind of up there with you, Steve. I'm sitting on 85. This image, as it turns around, has immediate impact. And one of the things that I love what the photographer has done in composing this is with the use of colour and light, warm and cool, getting that separation from the two different worlds. It kind of leads you to sort of think, well, where are we really only like maybe one drink away from being out on the streets maybe? That's kind of what I got from it, you know, going from this refined life where we're swilling wine to drinking out of a bag in the streets. I don't know whether that's what the photographer was going for, but that's what I got from it. And I just absolutely love the lighting. I think it's been done very purposefully, and the colour palette, which helps tell that narrative. There are a few technical issues there, but I do think that this photography needs to be rewarded in the high 80s for their vision when it comes to actually putting this together.
Vanessa.
Yeah, and the storytelling is remarkable and very, very well handled. So I'm going to talk technically. And there's just a few, saying that, the rain aspect of it has been handled really masterfully as well. It's just a bit of a thing about hyper sharpness maybe, and sometimes when we're looking at to help with depth of field, we need some areas that are a little softer. And to me, like the lamp is the same sharpness as the window, which is the same sharpness as the umbrella. And that's just, yes, it's adding to the unreal nature of it, but probably would help meld that story together if there was just a little bit more depth of field added using sharpness and softness.
Andrew, yeah, and I think both of you guys want to.
Sorry, Bruce.
Well, I've got time, that's cool. Short and sweet, no trouble.
I love everything about this image in the first 2/3 leading from the left. But when I get to that light post, which is just so glaringly stuck on there, like it just has no place whatsoever in this image, and it isn't adding anything. It's not, the light falling from it supposedly doesn't seem to be falling on the figure in the front. And it seems so strange because the beautiful craftsmanship of this image with the figure and the lighting inside and so forth is gorgeous. But I can't go higher than 80.
Yeah, I was the lowest. I was down in the 70s. I saw the image and I thought it was really interesting and striking, and I got the story straight away like everybody else. But I really started to fall out of it because of the issues of that light post initially, but also perspective-wise, I found it jarring. The outside to the inside don't match, and there's quite a light. The lighting from that post doesn't match other things. For me, that was really hard. I found it disconnected me from everything. Unfortunately, I hear what you guys are saying, and I will come up. But I think there's just there could be a little bit more refinement to it. And in regard to the actual depth of field thing, Citizen Kane was all fully depth of field, and that's on a masterpiece. So I don't think you need to go shallow at any point, but yeah, it needs to be refined.
Right, a reply, yeah.
Yes, Steve, sure.
Yeah, points taken. I actually, the reason why I didn't go up higher was because of that light pole. It does offer motivational lighting, and even though the light is coming from below from the person in the foreground, it's more illustrative than realism as well. So just in comment to depth of field and things like that, I do feel that it is strong visual communication because for somebody like me to actually understand the actual story so quickly, it's a pretty strong kind of story.
Thank you, Steve. You can keep your brownie points at 88, though, if you'd rescore, and the other judges, if you'd like to rescore. I think the system's read in the background. Yep. As the panel chair, I'm supposed to jump in and add a few words of wisdom, but I'm finding my job very easy because every time someone brings up something that I think, oh, maybe I should say something about, the next judge goes and answers it. So thank you, judges. It's got some great conversation coming along. Does anybody need to press enter? No, Steve's done it. Roll of drums. Oh, we got up into the commended. It's semi-finalist at 84. Great comments, thank you, judges. And if we'll go to the next image, and thank you, judges, for keeping your comments nice, succinct, short, and brief. That's much appreciated. I forgot to say they're also pithy.
Say that 10 times fast.
Just tell me how judge change, I think, just to make sure we move around. There'll probably be a few automatic judge changes, so we don't have to, just keep it remind me, pretty close. Along with the other 55 things you've got to remember. Okay, so we've got a score of 80, which makes it a semi-finalist, but we do have a range of scores. So it is interesting in this genre that there can be expectations perhaps as still, but if you're putting yourself into the shoes of the photographer and the entry that they have presented, and that's what you wanted to do, maybe we could start that off as our discussion point as to what they should do, as what have they done and have they exercised it properly. Who am I going to ask first? Anybody like to make a comment? Or do I?
It's got to be a challenge.
I have.
Someone's got 60 in that 80.
Oh, it is.
It is.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
That's an auto
That's
challenge
Andrew.
on
Is
me.
that you?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, Andrew. You've got to talk. With the auto challenges and all that sort of stuff, yes, if nobody talks, but I can override that. So that's, we're going to have a chat.
All right. I guess being the lowest scorer, I don't think this image works. I think there's an idea there that's unresolved, and part of the things that trouble me are everything on the left-hand third of the picture is kind of irrelevant to the story. My eye's just gone boom straight to the far left, and it shouldn't, because obviously the intent of the creator is to draw us into the story. But I'm not convinced that the story is compelling enough or the narrative is convincing enough for me to want to go on that journey. It just all seems like it's a technical exercise without the emotion and the story that could have been so easily brought there. So, that's where I'm stuck.
Well, actually, Vanessa, did you want to comment? I think you're highest, aren't you?
No,
Or is it the other way around?
I think it's me.
Okay. Well, I'll go the highest score. Yeah.
Sure. I put this up in the the semi-finalist range, because it was striking to me when I came around, and I saw like an existential story out of it straight away, because of the depth of field and that pipe hitting the thing. And I wouldn't have gone higher for the simple fact that the actual lighting on the ship and everything and his face don't match what was happening to the foreground on that right-hand bottom side. Sort of felt a bit weird, but I really enjoyed to me, existential dread it came out of this image, and I found that it felt quite painterly and so I enjoyed it for what it was, and I think it needs to be at least commended, if not rewarded in some way, to show this artist something amazing.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to add something that's not been said?
Well, he's going to be adding something. It's because it's got that, you know, like he's almighty powerful god of fire or something like that to be able to put a ship to flame. So I suppose there's a story there that we're getting. I've got a concern, and it might be what's the word I'm after? Unnecessary. I'm after another word. But has the artist cut the subject off like that because it's easier than trying to bring them in closer to the subject and blend them into the image? Because to me it's so far away from the ship to be able to, you know, cause that effect. So, but my biggest problem is probably that the man himself, his face, his nose, etc., is not sharp.
Okay. Of course, yeah. Well, yep, Steve. Yep.
Yeah, if I may, I believe this is a really great example of a forced perspective. So it's almost like the ship is a painting, a two-dimensional element, where the actual character is kind of delving into that other world. That's immediately how I kind of perceive this. Yet again, this motivational lighting is lighting his face exactly where it should, even the shadow that's happening on his pipe. Sure, there are some slight technical issues, but I really feel that every element in this is completely deliberate and has a deeper story that maybe we're not discussing yet.
Thank you, judges. As this was the equivalent of an auto challenge, you all get to rescore. Okay, we have a semi-finalist with a score of 80. Well done. And great conversation. Thank you, judges. If we could go to the next image, and if we could just curtail our comments a little more, because I'm just mindful that we've got time constraints as well. It's hard to say that when the conversation and the discussion is so good.
Just let you know it's known to me.
Okay. We have a commended image at 77. I would be interested to have some comments, because I look at the image and I find, well, the images, the three of them, there's a lot going on in there. perhaps someone could say, where does it miss? Why perhaps not a higher score? Well, you can challenge if you like. Yeah.
Always.
Okay, you're going
Always
to challenge,
up for-
right?
always up
Go
for
for
the
it.
challenge.
Right, Vanessa? Go for it.
Look, and this is a triptych that works in telling a fairly refined story here about the departed and the meeting up together in the end. And there's some beautiful, poignant moments amongst the three images that help tell the story left to right, rather than it actually than one image being stronger than the other. The tonal elements help to draw you to the light, draw you to the bird that appears in every image, and then the birds meeting together at the end. So there's some beautiful, poignant moments within this work that I think need to be commended. And then from a technical point of view, it's very well handled. There's been great consideration for the image and the story.
Thank you. Who's going to own up? Bruce?
I think it was me.
Yep.
I'm good at being the opposite of everybody else. No, I couldn't get the story when I first looked at it, and thank you for explaining it to me, because it just didn't come to me naturally. I'm finding the technicals of it really hard as well. The person in the left-hand image is quite quite in focus, where everything else is soft and things, and there's lots of that happening through it. So I think as individual frames, they don't stack up as well as they could do with their refinement. As I said, I missed the story, unfortunately. And that was the biggest letdown for me, and the reason why I came down quite a lot is because, one, I just didn't get it, and two, I can't get past the technicals.
Andrew's picked up his microphone.
Oh, sure. Once again, I'm kind of in the middle, and I admire the overall concept and the execution. I'm struggling a little bit like Bruce. It took me some time to read the story, and I think that's the issue that we all are facing here. It's just not very strongly presented as the story. And if we have to go sort of wandering, guessing maybe this is this, maybe that's what it is, then I just wonder if that communication is as strong as it should be to be a semi-finalist.
Yeah, if I could just throw a thought in there, is that, you know, we're judging the artist awards as opposed to the photography awards, and very often when you have an exhibition, you've got an opportunity to put a little explanation or an introduction about it, because I struggled to understand what it was as well at the beginning, and you might say, well, maybe the communication should be quicker and more to the point, but maybe the whole point that this artist is doing is the opposite of that. Maybe they want you to sit there and think about it and ask the questions. But anyway, so I just throw that in there because I think we are a little bit different from the old print judging. This is the Artist Awards. Do we need to perhaps think a little bit more tangentially? You're right to reply.
Yeah, and I think too that if you were at an exhibition, you would stand in front of this piece for quite a while because you would be wanting to work out that story. You'd want to be drawn into these worlds. Look, I think there's the sharpness on the figure on the left-hand image to suggest that this story is about that person. So it's purposefully done. The backgrounds are meant to be that sort of ethereal heading towards the light kind of, you know, there's the doves, there's all the stories of death in there. So it's got to have that ethereal kind of feel to it. He's not left yet, he's leaving. So, you know, that to me is why they're sharp. But this is an artistic view and this is the artistic category. So, you know, I think we should all think maybe a little more artistically about this one in the storytelling elements, and hopefully the time you've had to sit with it has given you more opportunity to love it.
Thank you, Vanessa. If you'd like to rescore, Vanessa, you've got to keep your score the same. Yes, we just ask you to key it back in for the system.
Sorry, it's not letting me do stuff here. This one. I'm still frozen.
Control or delete.
I think you zoomed it. That's part of the problem.
There we go. Thank you.
Roll of drums. We're still waiting. It's come through. Okay. I can't do the maths quickly enough, but that'll be 79. So a great discussion. Thank you, judges, and in the commended range. It'll go for the review. Yeah. Okay, that'll be exciting. It's up or down. Okay. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. Might spot you out, with Adam after this. After this.
Sorry, the old invalid takes too long.
We have a score of 69, and just not quite into the commended range. Andrew, you were close to that score. I think you were on 69. Why just missing out on the commended?
Just a little bit too much going on for my interpretation here, and I guess yes, I could wander around there and think maybe someone's collecting their thoughts of grandchildren or their children or something. It's just very busy, and I guess the sort of it's sort of subjective and kind of not. So I'm struggling with this one. I'm sorry.
Maybe a little bit overlit, perhaps. Would perhaps adjusting the lighting, perhaps allow you to perhaps give the eye a little bit of a rest from place to place, perhaps as they move around. Anyway, but certainly well on the way. Thank you for the comments, Andrew. We're going to do a quick judge change. Adam, you're going to come in. No, Andrew, I'm going to leave you there. I'm going to jump Steve out. Sorry.
No.
Step in, Adam. I'll light the way for you.
Thank you. I'm going to log in first.
Just mind you.
Water. I can do that. Within reach. No.
Next picture, please. Next photo, please. Next artistic work, please. Artistic work, you like that? Okay.
Next expression of creativity.
Are you logged in?
Yeah, I think we might be all sitting at that point.
Oh,
Yeah, give me a minute.
I'm in the waiting room.
You were in the waiting room.
We're all in the waiting room one way or another, aren't we? Eh?
To what, to where, to who, why?
Go on.
if you hit the numbers, Andrew, that lets you put the score in there.
That's very helpful.
It appears so.
Well, I guess we are going to talk about this one, aren't we? We've got an 89 average, but we've got a high of 99 and a low... Who's the low bugger? 82. Geez, only 82. All right, so we should start with 99, which is, I think, you.
Yeah, that'll be me.
We've switched them around again. Right, okay.
That'll be me.
Righto, Andrew.
All right, this is an absolutely magnificent piece of craftsmanship and storytelling and portraiture. Exquisitely done. And why is it exquisitely done? First of all, I guess if you just want to take the portrait itself, the subject, you can easily tell, bam, okay, we're a stamp collector or philatelist. Then there's a narrative going on there. The suggestion, the letter itself, which, you know, there's a bit of a sort of warm, fuzzy comments and things going on in there. But everything's so deliberately placed. The postage stamp itself, the actual, I guess it's not the stamp, but the rubber stamp. Postmark. That's the one I'm looking for.
It's been a
Beautifully.
long time.
Yes, it has. I'm sorry. I'm guessing that this is a very important stamp as well, perhaps a coronation stamp or something like that. And then there's each one of these little stamps around the magnifying glass there, and then again repeated in the framing. It's a fantastic piece, and then you guys can rave and talk about the print quality the production quality of this to your heart's content. But just bam, this is absolutely, in my opinion, a finalist for this category.
Thank you. Vanessa.
Yeah, well, look, I was definitely too harsh, but I had reasoning. My reasoning at that point was that the way that the portrait has been handled has gone like grainy, and it was probably done on purpose. But to me, I wanted that to be a bit fresher. It looks like it's been cut out. It looks like it's a bit unsharp. It looks a bit noisy. Looked all sorts of things, and that's what lost it for me. But all the other elements I completely agree with, and I've definitely been too harsh. But maybe someone can explain to me that treatment of the actual subject.
Adam says he's going to try.
I'll have a go, but I wanted to address what stopped me from going into 90 at first, and literally as soon as I put the score, as soon as the scores turned around, I realised the stamps at the bottom of the magnifying glass, I didn't kind of get where they fell into the frame, and as soon as the scores came up, it hit me that we're kind of looking in. You know, we're looking back through multiple glasses, and so that's the reflected image of the stamps we see at the bottom of the frame. We're kind of looking in frame to frame to frame. Quite like the texture, because I kind of still think we're looking at a printed stamp of, you know, the portrait is printed on that stamp that's being represented, and that's the texture of the actual stamp. They're not precise, clean bits of paper. So I think that matches. Look, as soon as I came to the realisation, I realised I was short, and I'm definitely coming up.
I'm happy to talk about this. Yeah, I went straight to 90. I should have gone higher. This is just pure, perfect communication and execution. Like, everything in here works. It's deliberate. It's amazing. And I love that it has depth and it's flat at the same time. He feels like he is sitting in there. He's in a picture frame, which is a stamp, then you can look at it and you step back and you actually realise the actual whole thing's a stamp. It's just got so many depths and layers in it that I commend the artist. This should be in the finals. So come up, everybody.
Okie doke. If you'd like to, you may.
I'd just like to say something quickly. Look, I just wanted to reiterate basically what everybody else has said. I didn't quite get the story straight off, so thank you for explaining that a little bit better. The only thing that sort of held me back, first of all, I had the same concerns about the graininess and the quality of the actual portrait in the middle that Vanessa brought up. And if those stamps are meant to be a reflection, I don't know that I'm 100% buying it, but I do like that as part of the story. So, yeah, I do really love it though.
Right of reply, Andrew.
Just want to touch on, thank you guys. I'm really looking forward to seeing this one on the big screen at Village. This colour palette is magnificent. It's just so perfectly aged. It's like this patina that it's just glorious for the age of the fellow. for his life. It's just all there before your eyes. It's a magnificent piece of communication. I can't raise my score from 99, but you guys can. So I'd encourage you to do so. Come on, give it a big, big, big fat number.
Okay, Andrew, if you could re-enter your paltry score of 99, and the other judges, if you'd like to rescore. We had a chat about it.
Really?
We'll just do it as we want to as panel chairs.
Okay. Are we meant to be able to?
Yeah, I can't get in yet.
Do I refresh?
Do we just refresh? Okay.
I haven't got anything up on the screen. I'm not being told stuff, and I'm running around. So we're just going to play it by ear.
Okay.
Boom.
95, so that's a finalist. Thank you, judges. Next picture, please. Might take up stamp collecting next week, eh? We have a 78, a commended image. I'm going to ask Belinda for a quick comment. What could the photographer do perhaps to move this up into the semi-finalist range, do you think?
So I found this to be a really sweet image, but I did have a few problems with some of the technical issues. First of all, the girl is really bright in that frame, which doesn't help with the cutout. I can see there's a really thick black shadow around her socks down her legs, and yeah, it doesn't help me to buy the believability that she's actually in the frame. But the storytelling is really sweet. Even though she's a bit bright, she's really beautifully lit. She's just a bit bright for the actual background, like in comparison. So yeah, keep it up, tweak it a little bit, and it could be a really great image.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have these long, quiet moments of quiet where the judges deliberate. Deliberate. That's what I wanted to say. as they're getting up and checking the image closely on the EIZO monitor.
Okay, so I've just one's connected. I just need to refresh again. It's gone properly weird.
Happens to all of us.
I've got no image there.
And we've got no score.
No, and I can't actually press it either. Yeah,
Refresh.
yeah, it's not even letting me.
Bruce was the king of figuring out how to make mine work. That fucking Dolby Mix.
The refresh symbol's gone. It's like it's trying to. You might need to clear the whole thing and log it back in.
I find if you put the iPhone on the ground and stamp on it, that really works, yeah. So for those in streaming land, we've all got our personal devices and logged on to the system and scoring, and as long as the system likes us, we get to give a score.
Yeah, that's fine. You might have to type it in there. Yeah. Sorry guys, it's like just completely wrong.
Take your time, hurry up.
Peter, while we're killing time,
Yep.
can
Yes,
I just
Andrew.
jump in and say how enjoyable it is to be back doing this and put my strongest commendations out to the organisers and support crew and team for putting this on, and everybody for coming, because this is great.
It is great, isn't it?
You know?
And the only thing that they got wrong, Andrew, was banning you wearing that bloody shirt.
I had it made for the occasion, Peter. Did you notice the planets are aligned, literally, when you join it?
My planets weren't aligned when I came down and saw you in that shirt.
Wait till you see tomorrow's one.
For those of you in streaming land, Andrew Campbell, the astro photography geek, has got a black shirt covered with colourful nebula and planets and stars and fiery things.
Sorry guys.
No, don't be sorry. Just get on with it. Come on, come on. Oh, we've got a score. Okay, we're back. We're back to seriousness. We have a semi-finalist at 81.
I think I can challenge, can I? Woohoo! All right, I'm going to challenge this. This is great. This is hard to do. Doing something that is so dim and just using those focal points and light to bring the story out is amazing. And the thing about this is that it's really reminiscent of like really classical colonial era paintings, which I really enjoy. But the stockman, the woodsman, the person in that space, using dim blue lighting and just that colour balance is perfect. I love it. And I think there is just a story of isolation, this man in his element outside. And what's in that cabin? I want to know. Is there anybody in there? Is he just outside cooking damper? What's going on? I think there's such a mystery in here that I think this needs to be elevated up and rewarded for the ingenuity they've done in this piece.
Andrew.
Oh, thank you. Bruce, I agree with you completely about the sort of Frederick McCubbin vibe that's coming across here. Definitely has that colonial aspect. What troubles me a little bit, though, and I'm hoping you can help me with this, why is he outside? What's the story? You know, like, is there someone inside not letting him in? Would there have been a figure at that window perhaps to give us a little bit of drama or something? Some horses tied up, something extra other than just this guy cooking damper, outside. And that's the only thing that troubles me because, as you said, the inside-outside lighting, the Van Gogh feel to it with the warmth and the cold, it's beautiful. I just want a little bit more content.
Yeah, I tend to have to. I've got it right on the average, and I tend to have to agree. I rewarded it for the technical skill of holding so much detail and so much dimness, and yet the part that I'm having the most trouble seeing the detail is in the person, like in that face. I just don't kind of get the expression. Like I have every time I look to see something. That's the one part where I go, I wish I could see a bit more detail there because I can see it absolutely everywhere else, and that's why I've rewarded the technicality. But that's what I'm questioning to come up higher.
Do I get a
You can.
I wasn't sure if I did or not.
Yeah, no, you challenged, you may.
Yeah, cool. No, I can see what you mean by that in the story, but I like the mystery. But I also think that this is not knowing the figure completely, not having a full description of their face, and that adds to the isolation of this. This person's outside for a reason. Obviously, we don't know what it is. Don't need to know about it. I think this is a time and place in our, or if we go say it's our history, that you were by yourself, and even if you're near a community, you're still isolated. You're still out there. So, I think it's worth exploring and coming up a little bit in your scores. So, I challenge you guys to do that for me, for the artist.
Thank you. If you could keep your score as it is, please, Bruce, and the other judges, you're free to score. You're 85.
Bruce was 86.
86. I stand corrected. That's my eyesight. Well, we know it's in the semi-finalist. Oh, here we go. 83. Thank you. Great discussion. Thank you, judges. Next image, please.
To the microphone.
Well, actually, what I was just going to say
In the microphone.
before I talk and eat with my chocolate, I was just going to say with every EIZO monitor purchased this week, there is a free packet of, what do they call it, old favourites, Cadbury favourites included if you make a purchase. And is that correct? Yep. This editorialising has got no legal consequences in Australian law. So we have a image which is just below finalist status. Any challenge? Do you want to make a challenge?
No. Or is it automatic?
It's automatic.
Okay. Yeah, look, I rewarded this image with an 81 for all the little details. I'm not 100% sure what the story is here, which is probably why it kept me down at 81, but I did find a few little cookies in there with the little monkey in the tree, and yeah, everything has got detail. The colour palette I really enjoy, but yeah, I'm struggling with the story. Can anybody help me out with that?
Adam?
Well, and I might say that to me is why I had it at 69. There is so much going on in the image. Our eye is sort of confused right across, and the different light sources, the sort of the softness at the back and the contrast in the front. I feel like we're not really seeing the true essence of this image. You know, maybe different crops or something could help bring it up, but I just feel a little confused as to what's going on, and the pose feels a little statuesque. Like I guess it's frozen in time. So that's what keeps me down there.
Okay, thank you, judges. If you'd like to rescore, please. The system will be reset.
No, not on now.
Yeah, just record.
No,
Have an automatic challenge.
Can't remember what I wrote first time.
It's an automatic challenge. You can put in anything you like.
Yeah, you can score however you like at the moment. Yeah. I'm just saying we're here.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you said it might be. Made the comment. Could have been Kat.
No, I did.
Waiting.
Do you have to edit the percentage?
I'm with you.
You take that back. Waiting. 69, so we're still there, but there's a lot of potential, I guess we could say, to to work through that. We'll also go for review. Okay, correct. Thank you, Bruce. Next image, please. That's right. So we've got another commended with 77, interesting looking young emu. Bruce.
Yeah, so I think I get to challenge this.
You do?
I really enjoyed this when it came up. I think the story is really simple but awesome. The idea of this flightless bird being tormented by all these birds above it. And it's like, it's in nowhere's land, everything. It's just about this emu, and it's looking directly at us, the viewer, just going, really? You guys doing this to me? So I found the story really fun and compelling, and that's one of the big reasons why I gave it the score I did. I would say my biggest feedback was some of the positions of the seagulls. I think they are, or whatever they are, above it. Some of them feel like just a bit too cluttered. I know it's trying to make it feel a bit more organic, but in this instance, we can be a bit more spaced out and do something a bit more with it. But I really think that it's handled well. Story's there. It's very simple, but it's effective. And tonality-wise, I think it just sits just right. So yeah, I think this should be in the semi-finalists.
Vanessa?
Oh, I want to love this one so much. Actually, if I remove the birds for a second and look at just the sand and the sky, and it's beautiful. It's ethereal. It's got a lovely gentle quality to it, and then the birds are black, and the emu underneath is black, and to me it's just made it oppressive when it could have just been so much more gently handled. I would tone those down. I'd make the birds, etc., blend in a little bit more, and then exactly what was said then by Bruce is to look at the birds and then decide which ones you're going to remove. A few need to be removed, but it's like it's 80% perfection, and then it's just those birds that need to be toned down a little.
Judges, okay. Bruce, right of reply.
No, I think I said what I needed to say before. I get where you're coming from about the shadows and the oppression, but also I think that could be part of the dark humour of it. So yeah, let's score.
Thank you. Bruce, keep yours at 83, and the other judges are free to rescore.
Dark humour. That's funny.
Thanks. You said you wanted piffy. I don't know if I can do that. go for a review.
Well, we're up to 79. That's a commended, and that will go for review. Okay, thank you, judges. Next image, please. Okay, well, we've got a 71 and a commended, and it is an automatic challenge.
I don't feel like we're on the same wavelength,
No,
everybody.
we've certainly got some differences there.
All right, so I've gone to the semi-finalist range on this one as well. I think this is a great bit of communication, and it's really quite fun and tricky to the eye as well. You've got two sort of perspective shifts in the one frame, which work for me anyway. And I love the idea of that somebody is working, I don't know, they look like shipping containers or something like block hotels or something in there. Something that's it's a bit of fun, but it's very regimental and industrial in that respect. But whoever is in that space is dreaming of going on a cruise, getting out of there, and you've got that beautiful sort of almost first-person one-point perspective, going straight to that ship. Like, I want to be out of here, and I think that is just so clever in the way they've thought about that. The use of glasses, so it's not just, it could be anybody, is great. It doesn't have to be a person. It could be any person. And putting that sun just behind the glint, behind the cloud, just pulls you straight to where you need to be, and then you can go and explore the rest of the image from top to bottom and try and make the story out as you want. Yeah, I think the colours are really well handled. I think the composition's done really well, and yeah, I think this needs to be up there as well, guys. So let's have a chat.
Who'd like to have a chat, or am I going to point to Andrew?
I was trying to hide in the corner. Yeah, sorry, Bruce. I don't get it. That's just, I find the background immensely distracting from, I guess, the story that is attempting to be said and told. And there's just not enough content, not enough story there for me to come on board with you. I'm sorry for that one.
Adam, yep.
I really wanted to like from back here. It's got this sort of curiosity impact. But the more I look at it, it's like the distractions overwhelm the story. So the bit at the front, the blockage at the front, where the water sort of that line gets interrupted, kind of blocks that story for me a little bit. And yes, I like the idea we get the sense of place from what's in the background, but again, it pulls me away from. I'm just so pulled and distracted by not this idyllic setting. All I see is sort of a little piece of sand at the bottom. It really pulls me away from that story. I do like the concept, and I'm listening to come up though.
Okay, thank you, judges. It's an automatic challenge, so I think you just get to rescore. You can all change your scores. Is that correct?
Yeah, not yet.
No, it's not yet. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, maybe.
Not your fault. It's the system. The system says no.
Okay,
Oh, the system crashed? Oh, yeah.
it's okay. Now go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Recovery.
Nice recovery.
It's all on recovery.
It's just joking.
Start well, end well. Doesn't matter what happens in the middle.
Pure panic normally. There we go. 72.
We have a 72, and that sits into the commended category. Well done. And next image, please. And the judges are looking at the images on an EIZO Colour Edge CG219X. And I think I've got the 218X, is that right? Oh, 319 and 318. What's the number between friends? Yeah, 319. I think I've got the 318. I don't quite know what the difference is, but I'm sure they're going to tell me it's just nothing that money can't fix, and I just need to upgrade. So, but absolutely wonderful monitors, beautiful, true to life, and I wouldn't edit my photos on anything else. All right, yep, thank you. So you good to go? Yep. Thank you. We have a commended with a 74, and no, that's all right. We're okay. Everybody's sort of, well, within the 10, but you can challenge if you'd like. Yeah, Vanessa's going to challenge.
Always worth a
Don't
challenge.
you love photography judging, hey?
Yeah, and I love seeing all these images coming around. It's amazing people's work. Look, this is a really clever way to tell us a story about somebody who's been quite successful in their craft. And we have been given a lot of information there to help tell that story. The ball in the background has been turned into a globe to suggest that she travels around the world playing 10-pin bowling. And it's done in a creative and masterful way to tell a different story. So it's got dynamic elements, it's got lovely background colour palette. I think it's really quite nicely done. So I'd be interested to hear why other people didn't think it was worthy of coming into the, what do we call it, score? Semi-finalist.
Semi-finalist.
Guess that's me at the bottom end. So,
Andrew?
Thanks, Vanessa. I hadn't actually picked up on the bowling ball being the map before. I think that bit's good. That's really nice. And that bit of the communication, I think, is strong. What lets it down for me is the pins themselves are so bright and so busy and so sharp that you can't kind of see the figure as strongly as she should be. If she's this dominant, amazing figure, I'm not presented with that. It's very distracting, and the way that almost looks like a giant Smartie, that red ball, where it's just kind of plonked there, and it just doesn't. And she looks too staged, in my opinion. Like it's perfectly set up in the studio. Hold that pose, just hold that right there, don't move. And the whole thing seems very static and wooden. So I think it's a great idea, and there's some craftsmanship definitely going on in there, but it's not resolved enough to get it into that semi-finalist for me.
Thank you.
No, to be honest, I thought that I was going to be one of the lowest scores, and that I was going to be saying some of those points that you'd brought out to me. You know, that maybe there could be better expression and the positioning of the ball. But personally, I thought, even though I was going to be maybe mentioning those points, is that the rest of the image is enough to bring that story through and in quite a dynamic way. It must be very hard to find a pose that says, I am a 10-pin bowlist, and still be able to fit it within the frame and stuff like that. So they worked really hard to tell us the story of this person's journey with their sport, and I think that in itself, you know, we're talking about bringing it into semi-finalist, not finalist. Yeah.
Thank you, judges. If you'd like to rescore. Vanessa, you keep yours at the same score, please. 82. We have a 76 Commended Award. Thank you. Next picture, please. Just quietly, judges, we have done 16 photos. At this rate, we will be here until 2 o'clock tonight. So it's up to you. We've got 2 minutes per photo on average. So we're taking 5 minutes. All right. Unless there's someone else who wants to step off. You have a break hand.
Okay. I can step off in about 10 minutes.
You want to step off anyway? Okay.
Yeah, because I'll get back to it.
Okay, all right. Bruce is there. We have a commended, that's 77. I'm going to ask for a comment from Bruce. Where's my mic?
Yeah, I love the idea and the whimsy of this image, the dog reading, or I actually thought that was a pen in his hand, but it's a cigar.
He's pouring over the book.
All right, get us a new MC. Yeah. Yeah, everybody at home clap for Peter. Single-handed. And the little mouse and everything. It's got lots of little details. What I think needs to help to elevate it up is actually just working on the technique of putting all those elements together. It's got a lot of soft edges there and smudginess. And yeah, a little bit more refinement on that, and I think you could actually bring this up into awards level fairly easily.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, judges. We'll go to the next image. We'll have a judge change. Steve, if you'd step in before Bruce. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, everybody. We have a commended with a score of 78. And I'm going to ask Steve for a comment. Thank you. Now could the entrant perhaps have just moved up a couple of points into the semi-finalist category?
Absolutely. Colour harmony and the story is beautifully done. I think the way that this could be elevated even higher is just working on the really delicate details of the composite, really kind of working towards fur and kind of blending that further back into the background.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. We have a commended at 74. Are we comfortable with that as an average score? We just get a comment from, who's in the middle? I'll make it Belinda anyway, because she's sitting in the middle. So a sense of humour there, I believe?
Yeah, there's definitely a sense of humour here. It's a cute little story. Yeah, about COVID lockdowns and
Just
everything that we went through over the last couple of years. The one thing that I found with this image, just compositionally, I've just found it jarring. That board that's leading into the sand, I don't know. It's not working for me.
So maybe a slightly different
maybe
camera angle, you think?
Yeah, slightly different camera angle, and yeah, I love that you're wanting to show that sign, but yeah, I think we could probably, just a different angle, maybe a slightly different crop.
Thank you. Next image, please. I need to reserve that shoot. Thank you. Okay, we have a 70 and a commended image. Might get a quick comment from Adam, since his score was the last one to come through. It was his computer. Yes. How would we move this? Yeah, just scraping into the commended. So what is that? What's good about it, and how could they get a little bit higher?
I think there's something about the figure that's quite inquisitive and makes you want to look. But I think the way that the elements sort of sit within the frame and how they're presented and how they sort of, there's quite a lot of depth, I think, in the image that perhaps distracts us away from further looking into that main character. So perhaps just play with the way the elements are presented,
repositioning the elements
or using some sort of depth to kind of maybe isolate them.
So
perhaps.
either darkening down or depth of focus. Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic. Thank you. Next image, please. We have a commended image at 75. So I'm just going to ask, let me see, who haven't I asked for a little while? Oh, someone like to? Yeah, yeah, I'd love to, okay. Linda? Yep.
Yeah, so this is a really cute little story. Great use of the dog and his little world here. Just to improve the image, we've got the lantern there that feels like it's actually floating. We need to work on grounding that a little bit better. And I'm also thinking there's a little bit some perspective issues in just some of the elements that are placed there. So Yeah, just have a look at that, a bit more refinement on the compositing, and yeah, think about your perspective.
Thank you. Next image, please. Well, we have a strong semi-finalist there at roll of drums, 85, doing my mathematics. Anyone just like to make a quick comment for the photographer, the creator, the author?
I don't mind.
Oh, yeah, well, we've got a fight.
It's very cinematic in its colour grading, and which works beautifully with this scene. And it's very precisely presented to us, which helps to create that sort of, to me, a cinematic effect. If I may suggest one thing is to just some of the elements, like particularly the umbrella, just need to work on the edging of those and blending them in a little bit more so it sits there a little bit more realistically. If you get in close, you can see needs a little bit more refinement of its cutting out.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please, if I may. So we have a 67, which is just below the finalist range. Steve, did you want to make a quick comment or suggestion? How could we perhaps just move this image up into the commended area?
Absolutely. Things like perspective, scale, and grounding in terms of compositing are all really helpful elements to kind of extend the realism, I guess, that you're trying to create. And it doesn't even have to be realism. It's very whimsical. That the colour palette needs to be commended too. So well done.
Thank you. We'll just do a quick judge change. If we just move Belinda out and Emily in. Oh, you could even use Belinda's phone maybe if you get caught for one. And we'll go to the next image, please.
Here we are.
So we've got a 71 in the commended range, and I think maybe we shall ask Steve. I've got to turn the numbers around because you guys are opposite. So low commended, how to get an extra 5 points or so? I always ask this, don't I? I've got to come up with a different pattern after you.
Absolutely. So, well, one thing that I can say is working really well with this is the colour palette and the easy way that the photographer has chosen such flat lighting in order to elevate it even further, perhaps allowing more creation of shadow, perhaps even kind of matching any elements with the lighting that was originally done on the original plate or matte image.
So where the candles are coming over, make them look as though they're lit by the candles.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
correct.
fantastic. Thanks for that. Next image, please. You can always blame Belinda for that because just pretends it wasn't you. So we have a 74 and a commended, but we've got a challenge from
Yep.
Vanessa. You're on 80.
Yep.
And
I think this
Floor is
image needs to be commended for its settling of the element into this image. I would take a fairly decent punt that he wasn't actually there on the day, and he might have been added in. And it's been done in a way that that sits really comfortably. I think it's got that really a gently handled but considered style to it that really needs to be commended with a higher score than this. There's just a subtle hint of colour that really is very complementary to the subject and beautifully handled.
Adam, yep.
I'm my initial question is why? Like, what I just don't get what I'm kind of looking. I don't get the significance of the poles, and if I treat it just straight as a capture in front of me, I then look at the sharpness of the shadows around the thing and the softness of the shadow, and I just doesn't resolve visually for me. So I'm confused from the narrative perspective, and I'm confused technically as well, and that's what stops me from going up.
Okay. We've just had a change of picture on the screen here for technical reasons. We don't know what happened, but so Steve, you do have the floor.
Yeah, well, I think the image in itself is really aesthetically pleasing. One thing that really pulls it down for me is the mixing of perspective. So the rhinoceros was actually taken at a lower angle and is presented much higher in the landscape, and that really kind of jars.
And it's jarring. You don't think that might be intentional, and that the photographer or the artist is asking us to, query different dimensions?
Perhaps in this case, I don't feel it's intentional, which is why it might be jarring.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Right of reply?
Yep. Right.
Yeah, because sorry.
Well, we're killing time.
Yeah. That's right.
I can just see Mel over there, you know. My concern is the animal itself, its pose. It's just kind of wandering. It doesn't seem like it's potentially looking angry or, anything really. It's just kind of minding its own business in the middle of nowhere. And I don't understand why. It's just
That's
like...
what rhinoceroses do.
Yeah, but if I was...
rhinoceros?
If I wanted to communicate a stronger picture of a rhinoceros...
Yep.
I'd piss it off, get it angry and get it, more drama or something. I don't know, it's just too whimsical for me.
Okay.
I think all of that is part of its charm to me, is that he's obviously not in his natural environment, so he's not meant to look comfortable or natural or anything like that, and that it's got a whimsy and a characterful nature about it, that it's allowed to be a little bit off in perspective, and then it's been given barriers by these poles to try and keep it in place, but it's still in this vast space, so it's got capture within freedom, and so to me it has a real quirk, and they've carried that through with all the other elements to help tell that quirk, to forward that quirk to us. I look, what a great idea. Bring it up. Why not? Come on.
Stop trying to lead the audience and the judges. That's my job. And for those out in streaming land, we're still killing time because we've got a wonderful photograph from the previous entry back up on the screen at the moment. So we're not too sure what they're seeing out there in streaming land, but maybe they're seeing nothing. Maybe, well, they're not seeing us. That's probably a good thing, isn't it? Well, I don't think you can rejudge it, can you?
What happens when we...
Yeah, I think the system has said no. Or is that Little Britain? Computer says no.
Can you see the rhino on your...
No. We're waiting. We've just got...
I've refreshed too, it's not sort of...
Their logins are...
Don't you love computers?
We're on the phone to the developer guys.
Do you remember there used to be an ad on television for Macs? And all these people were in a factory or an office or something, and said the most powerful computer in this whole place is the one that people like to use. And they're all working on the Mac, ignoring all the people.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's a good ad. Yeah. I remember there's another ad put out by the Advertising Association of America, and it said, and it was written by the then CEO of Apple, and said, Apple said, when we started off, there were 10 other computer companies just as good as us, but we had better advertising.
There you go. Should have got shares in that fruit company.
Oh, damn right we should have. I bought shares in Apricot, that was a loser. I mean, who would come out with Apricot after Apple was already existing? I mean, really? I mean, who did? I mean, daft, anyway. Yeah, there was a company. There was a computer company called Apricot. Yeah. And Acorn, that's right. Well, yeah.
Promise I'll be quick later, but
You'll be quick. We've got a new photo.
But we haven't got the one to
Sorry,
finish
don't
off.
go to that one yet.
No, don't go to that one yet. No, don't.
Doing a good job there, Peter.
I need to ask you a very important question in this time of political correctness and
Into
everything,
these?
Vanessa.
Yes, this
And
is
you
open.
referred to that rhinoceros as a him.
I did, didn't I? I think I called...
How can you tell? I just want to know. I mean, it could have been. I don't know. I'm just wondering.
I was a zoologist in my previous life. No, I don't know. I often call elements him. I call cars him as well.
Cars
which
are him?
In these days, it really...
Oh,
it's,
yeah. What about a ship?
I don't know. Not been on one for a while.
Yes, we're back.
Okay, judges. We've lost Andrew. He's taken his device with him, so we're going to be... Anyway, he's probably gone for a comfort stop. Oh, he's left his phone?
No, this is not. It's just telling me it can't send things through.
Are we logging in our pre-challenge scores and then our post-challenge scores?
No, just you.
Post-challenge. Final score.
Can I ask what it did originally?
No, but I sent
74. 74.
and it's telling me an error.
You can ask what you scored it originally too, but I couldn't tell you.
Oh, because you challenged. Yeah, because you challenged.
Yes, that's right. You've got it. You can't change yours. Now we're going on the far side there of the judging room. I know. Steve's come through.
It's nice to see it again. We talked about it for ages without seeing it.
you're right there.
77. Oh, I know, because 2 in the 80s, 207.
77, so we've moved it up, I think, haven't we? No, I can't remember the score originally, but we have a high commended, and that's a great thing. Thank you very much. A very entertaining image indeed. and it's possibly not there might be a deep meaning behind it, because the rhinoceroses and the few of them. Have we got the system working well enough? We're going to go for the next image? All right, next picture, please.
Oh, I've seen it. Hang on. No, there's a scene there. Oh, wait. There we go. Oh, yeah.
That's
That's it the last time.
Yeah.
Okay, another thing to
There we
know.
go. There you go.
Hey.
We're ready?
Yes.
So we've got four judges.
I'm still on the leaders. I'm getting there. I can't do two things at once. I'm still on the leaders at the moment.
Okay,
Let
that's
me know
fine.
when you change to yours, or I can change to yours. It's hard to judge.
Yeah, you don't know. You're like me. I can't multitask either.
This is the only problem with using devices.
That's why we put on do not disturb.
Oh, yeah. So that's when I need you.
So we have a score of 65, which is below finalist level. Maybe a quick comment from photographer Steve as to a suggestion as to what the photographer could look at to elevate his or her score.
Absolutely. I do want to commend the photographer for the perspective. There are technical elements that can be worked on, things like light, shade, kind of masking and all those elements. But I love the ingenuity and definitely keep working on it.
Thank you. Next image, please. Just in case.
Yes. Right, it's not really right because I think this is actually. Look.
Yours is in there, is it? Aaron?
I'm still thinking about it. Here we are.
We have a 74 and a commended image. The judge is comfortable with that. And maybe a quick comment from
I'll go.
Vanessa. Oh, yeah, go. Yep, you're.
Look, there's a little bit of intrigue about the image because the dog's in the middle. The difference. So there's a story that's developing there somewhere. How there's just a flatness and a two-dimensionality about the presentation that I find just makes my eye wander all around the frame. And I find that the cut of the crop on the left just sort of pulls me away. So I'm interested, but I just feel that there's just a little flatness there that stops me.
That's great. Next image, please. So we are viewing our images on an EIZO monitor, and we know that the EIZO monitor is correctly profiled, etc. And sometimes if you're working on your own images, you want to make sure that whatever screen you're using is also correctly profiled and monitored to make sure that what you are doing to your file is actually what everybody else is going to see on your file as well. So just something that certainly people who are doing compositing work and a lot of post-production need to be aware of. So we've got a commended at 71, and certainly the photographer has got some interesting elements in there. Emily, would you like to make a comment or two, just because your scoring was quite close to the average? So I'm giving, and I haven't heard from you yet, so I just wanted to welcome you to the judging panel, and a comment, please.
Look, I think there's a very strong story that's happening here, and I think that it might be worth considering. I feel a bit uneasy about some of the scale in the foreground and the tree and the birds, but you're definitely onto a refined art, especially from my angle. I got this is a whole
I often think
world of whimsy for me.
Yeah, when you've got composition, that maybe placing the elements within the frame is perhaps the first thing that should be done. You know, I feel that over there the tree so far on the left just unbalances it for me, whereas to move those elements around within the frame, and that might have elevated it by quite a bit.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Judges, next image, please.
Sorry. Sorry. No, it's me.
Sorry, it's gone. There we go. What is it?
We've got a 73, and we've got quite a range of scores. That's. Does somebody want to challenge? Or?
I think it was Steve saying.
Yeah. Okay, Steve. We've still got a commended. That's a good starting point. 73. What would you like to see?
Absolutely. I would like to see semi-finalist, purely because there's like an underlying narrative that's happening here. What I'm seeing in front of me is a crafted image, not only of the colour palette, and of course I could have brought it up even further if there were a few technical issues kind of ironed out just a little bit more. But really the story that's underlying is, to me, I see a family portrait, and the little member of the family that isn't with us is presented in a frame. Even though that may not actually be the case in reality, that's kind of what's presented to us. And I want to commend the photographer for that kind of underlying narrative.
Adam?
Yeah, I guess I see the story that's sort of presented in front of me, and and perhaps it's the sort of banality of it that kind of held me back, and perhaps that's what's attractive about it. I'm very dominated by the light and the fact that it's such a dominant part of the frame. It has seemingly no effect on anything around it is just jars my head, and I keep coming back to it. I realise there are stylistic choices and you know, there's almost gothic kind of methods for that, but that's what pulls me away from all those wonderful little characters that you sort of want to describe.
Okay, Steve, right of reply quickly.
Yeah. I'm confused by the kind of motivational lighting and that light in the background as well. Until you start to see some of the little costumes that are being worn, and it's kind of that Gatsby feel. And I feel that is an intentional prop, short, distracting, which is why I didn't perhaps score it even higher.
Thank you, Steve. If you'd keep your score at 82, the other judges, they can rescore. You're very special too, judging systems. Wow.
Dual wielding.
You get 2 scores? We have a commended at 75. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. It is interesting for the audience and the people out there how, when we're talking about composite images, how some judges still like to see reality in the lighting that is used, and others don't seem to worry about it. And we go back and look at the work of Caravaggio and a few others of their big masterpieces. There are all sorts of light sources coming in from all over the place, which made absolutely no sense at all, but we never complain about them. So I always find those looks at life interesting. I love judging, isn't it wonderful? We've got a semi-finalist at 81. And Andrew, maybe just, unless you're not going to challenge the other way, I'm assuming, no. Andrew, you would...
I think I can anyway.
Oh.
Andrew's the one on the other.
Oh, he's the other one. Okay, beg your pardon, I've got the wrong way around. It's you then, Adam. I keep on getting confused.
Yes.
I was just going to get a comment from you because you were close, just to, yeah. What do you like about the image? Why is it semi-finalist, and what else could be done?
I think there's a really, it's all about the expression in the bottom figure, and everything kind of leads down to that. It's kind of this relaxed coolness, you know, that we kind of assume from the turtle, and you know, everything leads down to that. And I think it's just, you know, you get a good sense of scale and whimsy, and yeah, it's just well presented.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. I'm sorry. I'm looking at... we're going to 110, just so long as you know.
Beautiful.
You can't judge it. It's up, if you don't feel comfortable, I can step in, so it's up to you. So we have a 71 and a commended. Adam, I'll just have a quick comment as to what do you like about the image and what else could be done?
I think it's a you know, a wonderful sort of little bit of whimsy to the play with scale. And the colour palette is certainly very, very appealing. It's just a very pleasing image to the eye and a novel little concept.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. I haven't got a. Are you going to step in?
I can. That's all right. I'll pop off for a sec. I've just got to change my thing.
You've got a battery, have you? Going to change your battery? You're right for. You're good for this one, or do you? Yeah, good for one more.
Oh, yeah.
It's got all the different codes on it.
Thank you.
Geez, you're organised.
I did.
You're obviously the younger generation.
I had one and the kids stole this one.
You're using your iPad, your charger.
Yes. Keys. I haven't got my keys at the moment. Feels very weird.
We have a semi-finalist at 81, and congratulations. No opportunity. Yeah, Andrew, please. You've been quiet for a little while, Andrew. It's so nice to hear from you.
I really enjoy the pose mirrored by the cloud formation. The swirl is terrific. And I would enjoy it even more if that rock wasn't so vertical and harsh. If the undercut of the rock had that kind of cliff-like chisel to mirror the cloud, I think I'd be in a whole different scoring range. Because this is a beautiful image, and it could be even better.
Or even off the bottom. Yeah. Just make it colour from the bottom.
There you go.
Talk about
But even as is, you can just crop the bottom of it. Just have that little sliver of cliff that kind of gets rid of.
Yeah, I'm talking into the microphone, Adam, because that was useless today. Yeah.
Does help. Yeah, even just quickly, just to crop it from the bottom, might maybe just give us that little hint of rock, and then let us see the rest of the image. But really well presented.
Thank you. Next image, please. What's that?
There's a face. There's a face in the bottom of the rock there, just there. Yeah.
That's pretty subtle.
Now, there you go.
Perhaps.
The face was missed, so maybe we need to, well, it wasn't missed by everybody, it was missed by me, but I'm only the panel chair, so that doesn't matter. Okay, next image, please. I think they're trying, Andrew. It's just, yeah, computer says no. So we've got a 67, which is below award standard. There's some great concept and idea. There's a lot of space between the two elements. Would one judge like to make a quick comment, Steve, as to how maybe the image could be improved, strengthened?
Definitely. Keep working on this concept. What the photographer's actually done is set the stage for something directly in the middle that isn't there yet. So perhaps kind of still keep on working with your masking techniques and and blending modes and that type of thing, but definitely think about a focal point.
Yeah, even just moving some of the elements you've already got there into different positions and sizes, and that may do it. Thank you. Judges, next image, please.
Ready to go.
Oh, you're ready?
I took what you said to heart.
Thank you. Oh, isn't it wonderful, photography judging? 79, and we have a commended image, but we have a few people wanting to talk about it. Who's going up first? Is it you, Steve? Absolutely. So Steve's on 88, and we've got someone down on 78. Well, actually, we've got 3 78s, 85 and an 88. Interesting times.
So I can kind of predict perhaps what some of the judges are thinking. One thing that I would like to mention is that it feels very dollhouse. It's a photographed miniature, and all the perspective actually works really well towards that. It's super busy, but yet we can still find the two characters having their cup of tea, or whatever they're drinking. There's some very smart techniques implemented to take away that challenge of grounding composite. Things like flower on the chair, which doesn't really create shadows that much. And there's some really, really specific, very careful things that the photographer has done to really kind of make everything look totally whimsical, not realistic at all, but it was never intended to.
So I'm looking along at the judges to see if someone would like to make a comment. Yeah. You're at the other end there,
yeah,
Andrew?
Look, I love the figure on the right. It's I can't even work out what it is. I've been trying to work that out. It looks like something from the Never-Ending Story. But if the figure on the right, if there was no goose, I think this would be a much stronger portrait of isolation, because everything is so beautifully done, but there's this disconnect between the two characters, and the goose is very busy, and it's hard to kind of spot the goose, if you like, but you know, that's why I'm almost there. So a bit of work, Steve, ahead of you there.
Thank you, Steve. Right of reply.
Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. So if you do look closer, there is actually quite a large amount of depth of field happening there. So as I mentioned, the scene is very busy, but the goose is a lot sharper than the actual plant that's actually happening in the background. Yet again, I feel masterfully deliberate. And yeah, I do feel that it is a high-end semi-finalist.
Thank you, Steve. If you'd hold yours at 88, the other judges, you're free to re-score. Have an 82, which is a strong semi-finalist. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. Judges, before you go up, you see that number 34? When we had a chat an hour ago, it was at 16. So we're going to be here at 3:30 a.m. at the morning at the moment at this rate. So we just got to...
Maybe you do the comments.
Yeah, well, I might do that. I was thinking of doing that, actually. Yeah, I know. Yeah. We have a score of 67, which is just below the finalist standard. We might ask, let's see, comment quickly from Adam. How would what's the photographer missing? Perhaps just needing, because it's
I think
great
a little,
presentation.
Yeah, a
and
little more connection to the story, and just sort of perhaps a little more subtlety in the technical approach to the light and so how it connects right across the frame.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. It's that pause, isn't it? While the computer does its mathematics, it has a little challenge to work out what it is. I could probably do it in my head. I think it's 77. Oh no, there's an extra one there. It might only be 76. What have we got? Come on, computer, you can do it. Wait a minute. That's crashed. 5, 9, bang on. 10, oh, it's way off there, isn't it? Yep. No, 74, 75. Yeah. 74, there we go. Yep. So 74 are commended, and some great colour. Obviously the family would be pretty happy with an image like that, but perhaps a little bit overlit. If we're putting images together, all the bits and pieces, the background as well as the subject have got the same sort of lighting values on them, and so maybe we could look at a bit more, dodging and burning to perhaps give it a bit more interest. Next image, please. I can remember actually when we last time doing WPPI, that's what I ended up doing. I used to do the critiques just to...
We're going to finish at 7 o'clock at this rate, so you might just need to speed up.
There's no point in you saying that to me, because I just told them 2:30.
We're going relatively quickly. It's just a bit of stuff to do.
Well, I mean, the computer system has added to it, but so anyway, but I'll do a little bit more commenting when I feel I can say it easily. When it's too hard, I'll give it to one of you guys.
Pick the medals.
Been adding them up, have we? 71, so in the commended range. Were judges comfortable with that? So maybe in the image, just again, look at your tonal mapping. Maybe the bottom left is a little bit too bright, the contrast on the face may be a little bit too strong, and maybe a slight more tonal vignette might just bring a little bit more of the viewer's eye into your subject. Thank you. Next image, please.
I know, this is what I want to do. Find out if it does something.
Yeah, I did. Does it help?
Yeah.
Oh, does it?
It gives you another image.
Yeah, what does it give you? Oh, okay. So for the viewers on Stream World, if you get your phone out and photograph the code there, you may find something else to add to the image. Okay, we've got scores coming in. We have a range of scores, and the computer's going to give me an average in a second. $80. So a semi-finalist, well done. Is there anybody who wishes to challenge? Are we comfortable with that image? No. So, I think it's a great idea, taking the, getting the judges to go somewhere else with their photographs. Using the code to disappear was fantastic. Nice, light use of... Yeah, it's too... No, you got to... I have to allow you to challenge it, but you need to be quicker, please, next time.
Very, very clever use of technology, not for gimmick's sake. I was already quite high up there on this image because of our recent undertaking with QR codes, and the identity taken from us, and that sort of realm. So I was already up there, but then when that use of technology gave us something, it took me even higher.
Vanessa?
Yeah, I just felt that, yes, there's a great idea there with the QR code, but if you take that away and just look at the image, it's pretty flat, pretty, one-dimensional, two-dimensional, fairly nicely handled, but just normal. And it's just the gimmick of the barcode that was the attraction.
I'm going up not because I scanned it and saw another photo, because that actually kind of didn't do anything for me. But the fact that we can scan this, we can identify something in our lives, there's an anonymity to it, a simplicity to it. And I'm challenging myself at 77 and I'm going up higher with you.
Yeah. To be honest, very quickly, I was a little actually underwhelmed by what I got to the result, and that's what pulled me back from going even higher. If there's a mystery and almost if you want to know about me, get on the web. I'm not even going to be bothered to tell you about it. But then when I got there, I kind of went, oh, that's what I kind of expected it to look like. So I would have been much, much higher if there was really thing, but still great concept.
Emily?
Yep, what you guys just said.
If you'd like to hold your score, judges, please score. You'll need to enter it again, though, Emily. Yeah. $82. A semi-finalist. Thank you. Next image, please. We have a 74 and a commended image. Fantastic idea. Like the way that it's very beautifully positioned. Maybe darkening down the bottom just a fraction a little bit, and perhaps trying to just get the moon to look like it's sitting on the tree a little bit more, just with a little bit of shadow work and retouching. Next picture, please. Crescent moon. Or a crescent moon, yeah. Or Saturn. So you want to
Oh, I'm going to need to
switch over? Yeah, okay, we can. Blend back in, that'd be great. Next picture, cool. We have a commended at 74. Just a suggestion when putting the images together is that the light on everything else can be adjusted and lightened and darkened down. It might not, it doesn't obviously need, it's not meant to look completely natural, but I think there are some things to do, maybe darken down the right and the left and just get the eye going to where you want the viewer to look rather than all of the background as well. Next image, please, and we'll have a quick judge change too. Thanks, Belinda, if you'd like to jump in. We have a commended image at 74. Vanessa wishes to challenge.
I think this is really unique and a very interesting way of talking about, the struggle of nature growing through an uninhabitable
in a place where nothing can live.
Yeah, and then they've given us sort of like even to strongly tell us the story even more. They've given us this cracked, fractured sort of background to just really help emphasise this story. Yes, there's probably some technical things that could be improved to keep telling this story, but I think the palette works to help tell. Give the message of the struggle of the growth of nature in this kind of real barren and broken environment.
Comments from anybody else?
I would have liked to have seen just one more something in that light area, in that sort of where the light sort of shaft is coming down under the birds and things. I feel that would have taken me up a little higher. I feel like there's the light there wanting to show me something. It's just not quite there.
Okay, thank you, judges. You okay?
Yeah, I think it's just that broken nature, and it's trying really hard to, flourish in this environment. So. Yeah.
Okay, judges, if you'd like to rescore. Vanessa, if you keep your score the same, thank you. Roll of drums, roll of drums. 76 are commended. Well done. Thank you. Next image, please. We have a 66, which is below finalist standard. I suggest we like the idea of the teacup and the little girl inside the cup, but think about how light the background is just behind your subject, and maybe just darken down the dress and the left arm, the right arm on as we're looking at it, and that might things like that. Just look at how the tonality of the image is being used. At the moment, it's a little bit too confusing. Next image, please. Okay, thanks, Dave. We have another image that's at 60 and again below the finalist range. A great location. Perhaps be a little bit aware of your technique when you're darkening things. I think the judges are probably all reacting to the strong haloing around the trees and the foreground, etc. So I think it's probably, the camera's good, but perhaps need to look, well, you definitely need to look at your post-production a little bit just to fix that up. Next image, please. We have an 83, which is a semi-finalist. And I don't think there's any need to move. I was just going to maybe suggest that with the colour balance... Sorry, am I good? Yeah.
Can I challenge it?
Yeah, you sure can. Yep.
You look,
88, well, yes, you can. 5 away, yep.
Couple extra points. Oh my gosh, when we look at photos and we have a minute that holds us, first I was like, what is that? That's a tail. Oh my gosh, well, why is there a tail? Oh my God, look at that face. And then there's a bee. It's created a response in me, and I just think it is so much more worthy of a few more points just because of that. Fun. Let's remember photos are fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Vanessa? Yeah.
I love it. This is one of those examples where it's worth getting, we have to get up out of our chair because we could easily have missed him. But I just think that we want to make sure that we don't miss him, and that the dog's face just needed to me to be a little bit lighter, a little bit brighter, just something to grab me, just to bring me in that bit earlier.
Can I just say one quick thing, please? I just wanted to say, as a pet photographer, I wish I had taken this photo.
I hear what you're saying, and I think that the face would have a bit brighter, would have brought us in a bit quicker. But I think that we're brought in with that tone, we're brought in with that tail, we move down through the image, and it just holds us there with that little bee on the nose. It's fabulous.
Thank you. Emily, if you keep your score, re-enter, and judges, you can rescore as well. So we have 84, a semi-finalist. Well done. Thank you. Next image, please. quite consistent judging there, 76, which is commended. And I think as a big picture up on a wall, this would look perhaps a lot better than a smaller image because the scale would work. But maybe just lightening up the central subjects, maybe just darkening down a little bit more on the left-hand corner just to keep your subjects a little bit more, give them a bit more strength within the frame, because you do have quite a dark arch there, which is, you've got to fight with a bit. But great light, great light. Next image, please. Yes, I know you might have said something else, but you take too long.
Sorry. No, I agree perfectly. No, I didn't want to talk at all.
We have a score of 64, which is below the finalist range. The suggestion I would have here is that you've got a great idea, you've got the leaves, you've got the butterfly, but we talk about whether it's portraiture or documentary, and that's gesture and posing, and I just wonder whether a slightly different angle of your subject towards the camera, and yes, I know you want to put the wings on the back, but I think there are ways of doing that where we can perhaps better interact with the subject. Next image, please. We have a 72, which is a commended image. I think the judges have all responded positively to the use of light. Maybe the silhouettes are perhaps a little bit too strong and maybe could be melded a little bit more back into the background. And otherwise well seen and orchestrated. Got a lot of power and impact. Next image, please. No, not this one, after the next one. Then I'll get Steve to come back in. Of 67, which is again just below the finalist standard. Perhaps a little bit overlit, maybe just even just controlling the exposure to start with, and then maybe darkening down the little raised hand. I mean, that's a wonderful little arm there, but just darkening that down so that the light goes to so that the eye goes to the light on the face. And a couple of the judges are also saying it might need a little bit more sharpening up as well. Next image, please. Okay, we have a commended at 72. Yep, Vanessa will challenge it. Is on 80.
Look, it's not very often we see a palette like this where it's so bold and so strikingly contrasty, but it really sells to me the idea of being on a book or book cover or something like that. The elements themselves, like the rabbit, etc., are all so nicely blended into this picture that it rewards me for looking longer. I'd like to spend more time with it. So I can get up close, I can find more details, it's keeping me interested, and it's very nicely handled, even though it's possibly a palette that we don't often see for this kind of work. I think the photographer needs to be commended for their work.
I think for such a strong palette in sort of the supporting elements, when you say that the elements are blended in, the little nuggets like the rabbit and the rooster, I have trouble seeing, and I'm led to just this patch of greyness in that sort of haze coming through the background that kind of just it doesn't match the contrast. Like it's a visual distraction for me. I want to be looking around at all these pretty elements. I think that's what brings me down here.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. There could probably be a little bit more refining, but when you do get in there to look at those details, and they are there, and they're so well handled, that's worth rewarding.
Thank you. Judges, if you'd like to rescore. Vanessa, keep your score at 80. Thank you. We have a commended at 74. Thank you. Next image, please.
Does it come up on your screen first, and it takes a while to come across? Yeah, that'd be fine. As long as you give me the right answer, I don't upset.
We have 77 and a commended image, and Steve's going to challenge on 84.
Yeah, I think it should end up in a semi-finalist, purely because there's a certain mood that's created from this. There's a nostalgia. It almost feels ethereal and painterly. We know what it is. It's kind of like a rotated image, perhaps. But there's a couple of real high points in terms of the real hand is sharp, and we have some real strong but tension-creating pops of red happening in the bottom right, which leads us in. So, yeah, take another look. It's actually really beautifully done.
Adam?
I must admit, I was drawn to it, the painterly qualities that you sort of say, and I think it's the fingers that they go in on one side and they come out. But the more I don't know, it maybe asks more questions than I'm perhaps sort of initially doing. Is it the same hand? Is it a different figure? Is it a ghost? Something like that. I think you don't have to take the literal interpretation, which I think I may have when I first scored it. So I'm listening.
I'm going to call it interdimensional travel.
Thank you, judges. If you'd like to rescore, Steve, you're going to keep your score on 84. Oh, well, you've done well, Steve. We have a semi-finalist at 81. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. We have a commended at 77. Maybe the photographer is influenced by Irving Penn and his wonderful gesture and posing. Maybe perhaps a little bit overlit, and maybe some of the Irving Penn lighting could have taken it up a few more points as well. A bit of sharpening on the eyes, some of the judges are suggesting as well. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Next image, please. So where are we? We've got a 79, so commended 79. It'll go next door for a review. So I guess everybody has reacted to the humour in the image. I just wonder whether darkening down some areas of the background a little bit, perhaps punching a little bit more light into the subject might have perhaps helped them read it again.
And the light on his face as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Next image, please. So we have a 70. Oh, what are we going to be on, guys? Come on, computer, catch up with me. 79. Going next door for it's coming back for a be reviewed. But Steve's going to challenge it. All right, Steve. Steve, you're on 85, and your compatriots around. Oh, yeah, we've got fairies. Yeah. Off you go.
So we're so close. So all we need to do is just bump it up a little bit.
No, but why should they do that, Steve?
Absolutely. So I'm also going to preempt that that other judges feel that it's perhaps not sharp. I think it's the limitation of the file, because it's consistently soft all the way around. One of the strongest parts of this narrative is the narrative, the story. We're seeing a cultural dance happening in the background of that same character, and she's enwrapped or engulfed within the actual kind of cultural dress as well. It's subtly done, it's very monotone, but actually works so well, and it's crafted nicely. I'm ignoring the fact that it is soft because I think it's a file issue.
Anybody else? Yeah, Adam?
That doesn't encourage me, but unfortunately, my question is that I look in the background for the initial story, and I'm at every stage I'm kind of blocked from seeing the person. I see what they're doing, but I don't see. And so when I get to the payoff and think, okay, here's the bit that shows me strength, or it's very passive, and that's I wanted to see that personality. I'm appreciating the craft of it, despite what we're saying, but to get up in 80 to that semi-finalist range, I think I need to see that insight.
Steve, right of reply?
Yeah, totally understood. I don't think every narrative needs to actually be so strong. It can be a kind of element of subtlety as well.
Okay, judges. Steve, if you'd hold your score. And judges, rescore, please. I think we're waiting on you. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, cool. So you kicked it over into the semi-finalists. Well done. 81. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. Okay, all right, thanks, mate. You all trying to enter? Oh, here they go. Well, I know we've got a semi-finalist. I'm just waiting for the score. 83, so that's great. Almost reminds me a bit of Arnold Newman's von Krupp portrait with the lighting and but he was a nasty bloke, the subject, and this guy's obviously a good bloke because he's a doctor, so a little bit different. Nice, very, very strong angel wings, lots of good points to that. Fantastic, thank you. Next image, please. And the computer said... That's quick. The computer worked quickly. 83. So we have a semi-finalist. Congratulations. It got a lot of judges. I think everyone was up here and looking at the different styles on the left and the right and the possible metaphors behind it. So well seen and well created. Next image, please.
Kill her shoulder.
As long as it's not the knee.
So we'll talk about whether anyone needs a break.
I'll take one soon.
Yeah, okay. You can switch over with Andrew after this one. We have a, yes, just in, hasn't we? Got an 80, so this is a semi-finalist. And I think the photographer, looking at the style of the image, we've got a couple of others. I think you've satisfied the judges. Wonderful positioning. I think the way the elements are placed within the frame and the very, very the subtle sky is wonderful. Maybe just a fractional hot around the zebra there. Is that a zebra? Yep, it is. Looks wonderful. Thank you. Next image, please.
Please put your pants back on.
The family show.
So we have a 75, which is a commended, and I think the judges have responded to the humour in the image. Not quite too sure. It's interesting when you get images that aren't quite square. I mean, it's a little bit wider, but I wonder whether a square might have just framed it off a little bit. But that's neither here nor there. The lighting was delightful and a really enjoyable image. Thank you. Next image, please. Adam, you're going to leave? You're going to come waiting. You asked to leave and you're still sitting there. I'm in the waiting area. Is there water? Yeah. $2.
Thank you. Just wait till the next.
Should charge 3, shouldn't I?
Everyone needs a little bit of it.
A little sugar here.
Or it'll put me under the table.
So we've got a 74, a commended, and I'm going to ask Andrew for a quick comment.
Yeah, I was just a little over. I really appreciate the overall feel, but the owl looks a little bit obviously composited in for my taste. It just seems a little bit too obvious. A little more subtlety there, because the rest of it is really cool.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a commended at 77, and I think the colour in this is great, and it's always a stylistic choice that the photographer makes. But I look at the shadow in the window, and I wonder whether that shadow isn't just a little bit hard or looks a little bit cut out to me, and that maybe it doesn't sort of fit in quite as everything else. I think that if it were a real shadow, it would be a little softer. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Maybe that's my bias, but it's a beautiful colour palette. Love the use of light. Next image, please. 70, we have a 70, so we have a commended. Andrew, it's got a telescope in it, so I figure you should give me a comment.
And I'm wondering what they're looking at through that telescope in the middle of the day. Because, you know, there's some quirky
It's a
things.
quirky image,
Yep,
though, isn't it? Eh?
Exactly.
So a lot of interesting things in about it.
But the main issue I have with the image itself is that there's a disconnect. Not quite sure what the story is meant to be telling because there are two very distinctly different stories happening there. And it's almost like a double-page spread in a magazine where one's on one side and one's on the other, and there's nothing kind of connecting them in the middle.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please.
If it was a solar telescope, it would be a clear sky.
Boom, boom.
Sorry guys, I just lost my screen. It did? Yeah. I've just lost my screen.
It's in your hands, mate.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome. Okay, I'm back.
We have a commended at 75. And I'm going to make a comment. Is that all right with you, Andrew? You good? Okay, yep. So I think when we're putting these composites together, as beautiful and effective as it is, you have a choice about where you put highlights and shadows. And I wonder whether darkening down the wall behind the puffin might have allowed the puffin to stand out a little bit. I mean, the owl stands out quite nicely, but again, there are areas behind the owl that could have been darkened down, and maybe the highlights around the owl itself. So just a little bit of chiaroscuro, or the darkening and lightening of the image could fix it up. Next image, please.
Lovely concept.
We have a 76, which is a commended. Well done. Interesting concept. Quick comment, Steve, just so they get to hear something slightly different from than me.
Yeah, certainly. All the elements are there. I think they just need to be massaged a little bit in terms of the composite, in terms of blending the lounge in with the background, controlling haze effects and things like that. But it's beautifully crafted. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Let me just deal with this. So we've got a 75, which is a commended, and I get a comment from Belinda.
Just before you get rid of me. Look, this is a really fun concept and quite well executed. There's a few little bits and pieces that I would fix up. I feel like it's very... I know that this is an artistic category and it's digital manipulation, but it just feels really fake, like that harshness of pulling that page over. I feel like it could be a little bit more realistic. But yeah, great concept. Maybe just refine it just a little bit.
Thank you. Okay, next image. And please, if you can maybe just share your phone with Cage. Next image, thank you. Okay, so we've got a average of roll of drums, 63, so it's a little bit below the finalist categories. I'd ask for a quick comment from Emily, perhaps.
It's a sweet little moment that's been captured, but just think about your backgrounds and your focus.
Okay, background's a little bit too strong, is what you maybe move around in a different position. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, next image, please.
Oh, I've seen it all before. It's not the first time he's displayed his shirt before.
Excuse me, this is brand new. I picked this one up last night.
Did you?
Take it back.
Right, take that back.
Just because you see one starry shirt.
Doesn't mean I've seen them all. It's a little bit like the it's a wine, isn't it?
We have a 85, which is a semi-finalist, and I think that fair to say the judges are all responding very positively to the character in that dog and the way it's just checking us out. I'm also very jealous of the amount of hair the dog's got over its head, but that's another matter. Next image, please. So we have a semi-finalist at 81 and potentially a challenge. Yep, Emily.
Yeah, let's talk about it because there's so much going on. Look, I'm a cat person, but I love the fact that these these dogs are just absolute. They shall not be messed with. And there's a lot going on here. The cat's coming in on the sideline, and look, that little cat over on the left there, who is just like, yeah, whatever, guys, whatever. It's all about me still. I think there's a lot more happening in this story than we've given it credit for.
Steve, sure.
Yeah, I commend the photographer for the storytelling aspect. I think the narrative is really, really beautifully ironed out in terms of what's happening, the particular characters that are involved. Where it does fall down, perhaps, is the technique and the techniques in the post-production, which really do kind of pull the narrative away from it.
Yeah, Andrew, you're looking at me askance. Do you want to say something?
Just briefly, I'm with Steve on this. I think there's some fabulous storytelling going on here, but the main subject's out of focus, like really out of focus. And please check me if I'm wrong, because I wear glasses and stuff, but and it's kind of like all that work and the shot's out of focus. Doesn't make sense.
Oh, look, maybe it's my eyes too, but I'm seeing a softness across the whole thing at the moment, so I'm wondering whether it's a file thing as well. Yeah. I'm pretty confident that that dude's not out of focus if we were looking at it in a different format.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You wonder whether it is a file issue because there's a softness across the whole image there. Yeah. Okay, well, we can only judge the image as it's been presented. So, Emily, if you'd keep your score at 88, and the other judges, you're free to rescore.
I've got no issue with the story.
No, I'm just saying I love that little element.
Stop trying to influence the judge.
To score 99.
Sorry, I'm on the work phone. If anyone's got an iPhone charger, let me know, because I'm using
I've got a power pack.
that will do nicely. Because I'm struggling with this thing.
That's right, Andrew. We work in eons and eons of time, just like the stars and the planets, mate. It's okay.
This is an Android.
It's an Android. Oh.
No, my iPhone's going very flat. That's the problem.
Fix that. I've got a power bank in my bag.
I got a power back in the hotel. Thanks for your help, Kate.
How do you work? Sorry, team. I'll be back in a second. Waiting room.
So, did you guys hear the joke about the? No, sorry, we're getting there. Sorry, it's all right, Andrew. I'm just filling in time. I don't want you to feel the pressure. Take your time. Hurry up. 82, fantastic. All right, we have got an 82, which is a semi-finalist. That's great. Thank you very much. Next image, please.
Thanks, guys.
We are a little over halfway.
iPhone good, score in. Thank you for letting me know.
That was Kay.
Thank you, Kate.
So we have a score which is 60, 66, as I'm waiting for the computer to come up, so 66, so a little bit below the finalist range. I guess looking at the image, I talk about tonal mapping, just as a simple one. It's good when you look at the reflections in the middle and against the dark shadow, but then when they're against the sunlight on the side, your eye gets drawn into different places. So maybe look at how you can control that centre of interest with the tonality of the image and direct the viewer's eye where you want it to go. Thank you. Next image, please. So an average of 68. Yep, I was going to say 67. I was a little bit out, but so just below the finalist ranges. I guess the comment would be a little bit overlit. So the Lego or the blocks in the foreground are just as brightly lit as the subject, maybe by darkening them down and maybe controlling the highlight up in the top a little bit, like the dandelion on the right. That's a nice little offset. Thank you. Next image, please. We have a 76, a commended. I'm just looking at the scores. We got any challenges? No, we're good. Maybe get a quick comment from Emily in the middle.
I think there's a lot of little moments in here that have been executed really well. There's a great little story that's happening there, and we've got the movement moving us through. Well done on the storytelling element. I think there's just a few little finer tweaks that need to be had in blending some of the characters into the scene.
Okay, blending the characters into the scene. Yep, okay, I got it. Thank you. Next image, please. Have a 82, a semi-finalist.
I'll take it if you get off.
Oh, okay, if you want to take it, that's all right. So Andrew's on 88. He's going to try for a few more points.
Beautifully strong portrait, very powerful bit of cosplay, if you like, or maybe they're just living the dream, I don't know. But these guys are extremely well lit. There's a certain craft going on there that you can really appreciate. There's a certain professionalism in the way the whole thing's been put together. The accessories seem just right for the period. There's some really interesting stuff going on with that lady's what she's holding there with the numbers. That's curious. The background I think is terrific for this. The depth of the sense of depth is beautifully done, and the stormy clouds and everything else. I think this is a very superior portrait.
Adam?
Yeah, I must admit, the more I look at the scale in the background kind of confused me a little bit. The more I look into it, perhaps I can sort of see going on. I love the dice is what the Dungeons and Dragons part of it. That's what I get. That's the little special sauce here. We've got one guy wields an axe, but she's much more powerful with a dice. So I'm coming up. It is beautifully lit and beautifully presented. It's just the background. If you can talk to me about that, I can come up even further.
Okay, do you need to say anything more? Or,
Just to touch on that. These are conquerors. That's the wasteland. They've taken over. That's the whole point of this, is that they're they're now lords of that domain, and they can do anything they want with it, which is why it's out of focus, blurry, and looks like something out of Mad Max. So it's absolutely fabulous. Come on, guys, this is way up there in the 80s.
Righto, Andrew, you're on 88. Other judges, please rescore. I'm going to guess 86. There we go, 86. Well done. And the only other little comment I'd just say to the photographer is to just look at your lighting ratio on the girl to the bloke, and maybe just give him a bit more contrast there. And I reckon you're on the money. Next image, please. What is it?
Dungeons and Dragons. Nice.
And so what's the thing in her hand?
Well, it's like a
It's a
scepter
jewel or
kind of
something,
like
is
that,
it?
but yeah.
Well, it sends out light.
It's like the dice.
Gives you
is the power.
marshmallows at any time of the day.
In Dungeons and Dragons, you roll, and that's what determines. So it worked.
I'm still catching up with Game of Thrones.
I haven't watched that, so same thing. It's getting a bit hot, isn't it?
It's very stuffy in this room.
We have I'm just trying to add it up, 68, so just below the finalist standards. Maybe just a little bit overlit is my suggestion. So, the face is great. We need the information on the book, but the body and the arms are possibly a little bit brighter than they need to be. And maybe just by changing your lighting a little bit, that could give it a bit more strength. Intrigued with the light bulbs in the background versus the ones in the foreground. I know there's a story there somewhere. Next image, please. We have a 72, which is a commended, and I think what the judges were responding to is the great use of the circle, as a frame, the wonderful rim lighting coming around. Maybe just when you're looking at that lighting, just see if you can control it a little bit more. Just maybe there are a couple of areas which are completely white, which may or may not make some of the judges happy. It'd probably make me a little unhappier. I'd prefer just a little bit more control there. Great idea. Great moon. Thank you. Next image. It's cheese. Is Kay here? Yep. Could you just grab Adam's phone and judge that one, please? Oh, I think we're going to have a conversation at some stage. We've got an 85, but if someone is going to go and put their hands in the dial like that, Andrew Campbell, you better have a few words.
I'm a little bit gobsmacked by this one. There's a kind of a Hieronymus Bosch feel to it, with this kind of horrific medieval tortured vibe, if you like. Sorry, underwhelming. It's very powerful. I like the fact that it's not super sharp. It almost looks like one of those new AI rendered creations that pop up all over Facebook all the time. And yet there's a figure in there, and there's emotion in there, and there's a wonderful balance of colour in there, from the cool top to the warm bottom, and everything in between. It's dynamic, and it's framed, in a sort of Renaissance-like manner. It's a really powerful shot. So let's hear what you guys think.
Kay?
Yeah,
Ladies first.
I put it in the low semi-finalists. I absolutely find the centre part is just so intriguing and so beautiful. But I find that the frame has just been plonked on there, and it doesn't have any grounding within the image. So I've kept it down for that reason. I'm listening.
Steve?
Yeah,
Kay's listening.
I am with Kay on that one. That was the reason I didn't actually go higher. It was because this haunting image with movement, and it's almost luminescent kind of colour that's bleeding through, is just kind of, it has a very flat frame on it, and it just rips that whole fantasy away. Otherwise, I would have been in the 90s.
Andrew?
I'll ask. I'll respond to that and ask you to consider the amazing depth that we are presented with because of the banality of that frame. So because the frame is not distracting, it's just placing it. And so as a result, we are drawn into this, sorry, I think of his name now, manifesto of Dante, where, you are literally seeing someone looks like they're being tortured in hell. So I'm unapologetically in the 90s.
Thank you, Andrew. If you keep your score, other judges, please rescore.
What's happened here? I need your face.
I couldn't, because you backlit, I couldn't see who you were. Okay, we've got an 88, a very high semi-finalist. Next image, please.
Yeah.
We have, it's going to be an interesting one maybe here as well. We've got, wait on, come on computer, add it up for me. 83, sorry? 73. So we've got commended. And Steve's going to challenge. Steve is on 82. You have a range of scores there, young Steve.
Oh, I know. Bit of a challenge, one might say. One thing that I perhaps feel that the photographer is presenting us with something that is deliberate to what they actually want to present. This feels very editorial, and it's a play on shape, on stiffness. Like, people don't lean up against poles like that in a very stiff manner. So it is very angular, the way that everything is 90 degrees with her body and the arms kind of matches nicely with the pointed part. There are no highlights within this image, and I do feel that that's quite deliberate too. There's a really strong colour tone. Yet again, I feel it's deliberate. So yeah, I do feel that it's a semi-finalist.
Thank you. Vanessa?
Steve, I don't understand the shadow. Can you, like, of the person? I don't. It looks jagged for starters, but I don't understand the angle of the shadow. I don't understand that. Yeah, I don't understand.
The actual shadow that's happening behind her. Yeah, I'm assuming that it's sun falling on sand dunes.
The angle between, like, so there's the angle difference of the pole versus hers.
That pole is most probably, who knows? I'm assuming that it could be a single shot, but that pole may be actually coming out a lot further than you think, like in towards the camera or away from the camera maybe. I have no answers. I don't know.
Oh, it's fascinating because look at the other pole too. All of the shadows are wrong. Maybe that's the question.
Ah, yes. See, that just intrigues me more. I didn't even see that.
So the answer to your question, Vanessa, is... Yeah. There's no question then that it's intentional.
Yes. I think you did. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? All right, keeping it moving along. Steve, if you keep your score at 82. The other judges, if you'd like to take on board the comments and rescore.
I'm not working. I mean, I am working, but I'm not. It's not there.
Well, no, is it? No, nothing's working over on my computer either. Just wait. Just wait. We there yet? No, it's got an 80. Okay, it's gone up. I'll have to take your word for that because the image I'm looking at is still showing 73, but we have a semi-finalist. Congratulations. And we're going to say next image and hope something happens.
That's the weirdest one I've ever seen.
I think maybe the iPad's having a problem.
You just refresh that. Just refresh it. But I don't. Can you press it? Or do you,
Everything else is good, but the iPad is frozen on the last image. On the last. Why has it got that highlight?
Should we submit scores?
Yeah, everything else is still working. Maybe just not worry about this. Do you guys need this?
It's good for challenge.
Pretty handy to have it.
Turn something around so you can see it. It's on my computer.
Oh, I'm doing something here. Mine's locked up, yeah.
I managed to get mine.
I think I got mine.
I think mine's locked up.
Yours, oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yours is just
Yeah.
I'm locked up here as well. I have to refresh it.
Well, at least someone wants you if you're locked up.
And they just keep coming.
I contend.
It's sharp though, it's very sharp. Well done.
The whole thing's locked up.
yeah.
Is that okay like that?
Yeah.
Was that one okay? Who worked?
We've got to look up at the big screen for the scores now.
The big screen?
But they're under, like
Oh,
under
okay,
there
I'm
now.
there. Oh, right. Oh, that's all right. I can see them.
I can't. I
Oh,
still
back.
can't read them.
I'm back, baby.
Just waiting for Adam.
Yeah.
Come on, Adam.
You need to get one of those lenses out there.
Up to photo 75. Oh. Want to have a chat with me? I know what you're going to say.
I don't think we can elective challenge that.
No, not challenge.
No, just
Make a comment.
Well, I'm high, so you know what I'm
Oh, well, you can.
Read that.
No, I can't.
84.
Whoever had 84 can challenge it. Because you're 5 away.
You're 5 away.
Oh,
You got that mic.
No, I'm the panel chair. I don't know whether I want to let you challenge it. Off you go. Of course you can challenge it. We love it. So we've got a 79. Sorry for that little... we've got a little technical administration discussion going on. We've got 79. So we're very close to a semi-finalist or a semi-finalist. So it's you, Steve, is it? You being the problem again? Okay, please.
No, right.
Floor is yours.
So colour palette, narrative, and the way it's actually executed in post-production is beautifully done. Everything, every element, every amount of perspective and scale and lighting is where it should be. Of course, it's hyper-realistic. However, I do feel that it is a semi-finalist because of those reasons. And it's at 79, so it just need to bump it up.
Well, you need to give your co-judges a reason. Other judges, any comments?
I'll echo Steve's comments and suggest that if the bushes were a little bit brighter, it would kind of have a bit more of a fresher feel to it, a bit more life. But I'm more than happy to see it in the 80s. I think it's quirky and fun, and you're right, the colour palette's glorious.
Okay. If you'd like to hold your score, Steve, and other judges, if you'd rescore.
Okay, sorry, mine's just gone back.
Oh, that's interesting.
Sorry, mine's made me.
Karen's just fixing some stuff.
Yeah.
Log back in.
Other than that, it would be hacked.
Imagine.
So is am I the only one who wasn't able to get their score?
I had to log out and log in to get to my correct time now.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to get back into it.
Well, I reckon we've got 4 that, or 5 would start with 8, so we must be on something. 82. Semi-finalist. Well done. Okay, next image, please. 75. We've only got to go to 112.
We can do it.
So we have a commended at, roll of drums, a score to come. Just waiting for the computer to catch up with me. Oh, let me just, there we go, 74. As a suggestion that maybe, again, just a little bit overlit. We've got the whole of the horse lit. Maybe the underneath of the neck doesn't need to be lit as much. Maybe the background could be darkened a little bit to bring things out. So again, just look at your tonal mapping. But the idea and putting all the garlands of flowers around, and that's beautifully executed. Next image, please. I don't know whether I've given you a break. No. You've just been sort of, you've been hiding underneath my shoulder, I haven't seen.
10, 15 works. That's, yeah.
Sorry?
You've got me for about 10, 15.
10, 15? Okay. Oh, beauty. Thanks, Bruce. Well, I'm just looking closely at the image and looking at these great scores coming up. We've got a semi-finalist with an average of 83, or is it 84? It's coming. 83? There we go. I think, yeah, beautifully seen, beautifully put together. My only observation is that perhaps the horns of those huge horns, the background is just a little bit distracting. I'd love to see them have just a little bit more dominance. But then some of the judges might say, Peter, no, you don't know what you're talking about. I love it just the way it is. Next image, please. We have 67, which is just below the awards standard. I'm looking at it and just wondering, I know in fashion sometimes the deadpan expression is important, but I wonder whether it's a little bit of an indeterminate expression, whether we could get a little bit more. And then if not, just the way the horizon cuts just across the top of the head. I'd prefer to see it either cutting properly or not cutting at all, just as a couple of suggestions. The framing maybe, just to look at. But we're loving this series, that's for sure. Next image, please. Bruce, if you want to jump in for Andrew after this one, don't worry. Okay, we've got a 72. Okay, that's right. Right, we get. I'll make a comment. Is that possibly just a little bit light overall? I wonder whether we could introduce a little bit more, because you've got some wonderful shadows coming over the book. Maybe they just need to be a little bit stronger to create a little bit more atmosphere, a little bit more mood. Yeah, I love the gesture of the girl reading the book and her hands and back and just leaning forward. I think that's done very well. Next image, please.
Tim. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. You cooking tonight, Andrew?
Always. The next 3 nights.
We have a semi-finalist here with a score of 84. 85, 84, 83. Okay, well, there we go. I was just trying to do my maths quickly as the computer catches up. Beautiful use of light. I think the judges are all applauding the way the light is just hitting the subjects there and picking them up. Maybe wonder whether the light was hitting their faces a little bit more and the bottom of the dress a little bit less, just as a thought, just to control the tonality. But what would I know? It's a semi-finalist. Looks fantastic. Next image, please. Well, we've got an 80 and a semi-finalist. Very Turner-esque, isn't it? It's, you know, that camera movement, or if that's what it is, or that's what it looks like. It's just like paint applied directly to a canvas, and you've got that real sense of emotion and everything there. I love that. I think that's a beautifully strong image. Next picture, please. So we have a commended around about 77 or 76, there we go. There's no doubt there's a mess that Elon Musk has made up there with all of his satellites, is there? Just to strengthen the image a little bit, I wonder whether, you know, darkening down the foreground with the exception of the centre plinth, might strengthen it up. But I do like the all of the lines over there in the background. I think that's certainly something worth persevering with. Next image, please. Well, a range of scores would put it into the commended range with 74.
Yeah, I'll go there.
Okay, Vanessa's going to challenge.
Yeah, look, I'm still trying. Maybe I was trying to buy myself some time to work out what the actual message is, but I can tell that there's a strong message in this, and I need to get it. Someone's gone to great effort to suspend this person. Their hands are on fire from typing so much or something. The typewriter is on the ground. Maybe they've got so much to say that they've enlightened the bird. Maybe it's death, and they've killed themselves from trying so hard to say their message. I don't get the message yet. Maybe someone here's going to help me with that bit of it. But it's been very well executed. You can't tell that it's been cut out or placed, and the idea of the lightning has been very well handled. It's a beautiful palette, and the positioning of the subject is really beautifully handled as well. There's nothing in that doesn't say to me that someone's worked really hard to give us a great story, and that it shouldn't be rewarded for that.
Adam.
Yeah, I'm no further towards coming up than what I was when I put the score in, unfortunately. I feel like there's a little, and maybe I'm interpreting some of the cloud that's there as perhaps a line around some of the, like, some technical issue that I can sort of see. Perhaps I can go past that. But there's a typewriter at the bottom, there's a bird at the top. I don't get the connection. I don't read it. There's nothing, and that's not to say everything has to be shoved down my throat, but perhaps it is being shoved. Something's being shoved down our throat, but we're still not quite getting it. I just feel like there's a lot of elements there, but it just doesn't resolve for me.
Okay, right of reply.
Yeah, I think I've said my piece. That some of these pieces are ones that, because we've talked about them before about being artistic and we need to sit with them longer. If it was in a gallery, we would stop and we would look at this and we would try to work it out. And you know, that's what I'm asking, is this one, you know, deserves more attention than what we give it as a fleeting glance. It is very well handled in terms of we can see right into the depths of the darkness underneath it. We can see that the subject is floating there, or being suspended there, or being elevated there. So to me, it's got a really strong message. It's very artfully created, and I'm saying, you know, why don't we reward that?
Thank you. Next, sorry, judges, if you'd like to rescore. Vanessa, you keep your score at 80. So we remain in the commended range at a score of 76. Thank you very much. Next image. We gave it a go.
Yeah. I can't leave one hanging. Fight for them.
So we've got an image in the commended category, and I guess there's some really beautiful stuff happening in there. I love the detail. I like the dappled light. I just wonder whether, when we look at some of the highlights are in areas which possibly aren't the most important part of the subject. So maybe just a little bit of looking at the lightning and darkening, the remapping the image, looking at dodging and burning might. All the elements are there. Go back and work it again a little bit more. But commended, great. Next image, please.
Yeah, it's just a bit slow. Yeah. People watching, just for information.
21 people.
Well, we've got. So it's good to know we've got a few people out there in streaming land. I hope you're enjoying it. I realise the panel chair is a bit of a bore, but that's as good as you get. When you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. But the judges are doing a great job. So thank you, judges. I can hear an online applause out there. Thank you. That's very nice of you. We have an average of 77. I'm just guessing, I'm waiting here. 78. Oh, not too far away. Okay, 78. Okay, so that means there's... Yeah, yes you can if you want to.
So yeah, I believe this is a semi-finalist, and let me tell you why. This is the creative category, and the elements in here actually work beautifully. There is that depth that's happening. We have those love heart biscuits. The strawberries, which are the focal point, are pin sharp, and they're actually leading us into the composition. And then we have all these droplets of movement, so that the colour palette is working really well, framed via the linen table, the linen towels. Everything just seems to kind of work harmoniously. However, there's a lot of movement happening in there as well. I think we should commend that.
Adam?
Yeah, it's just the cloth, the bottom left-hand corner, that pulls me away and I really enjoy that. Like, as soon as I got up there, I love the play and the sharpness and the colour. And if I could, if I can restrict my eyes to that, I'm really enjoying and really enthusiastic about the image. It's just that little element of styling that sort of pulls me out. But I'm listening. I really do enjoy what some of the elements are there.
Okay, Steve, quick right of reply.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I didn't even go higher on that. The styling does kind of falter a little bit, but I think the technique and what the photographer's vision has really come through in this.
Thank you. Steve, hold your score. The other 4 judges, please rescore. Drum of rolls. We have I don't think it's changed a little bit, 79. Oh, it's going to go for review now. So there we go. May yet live again and get into the semi-finalists, but a very high commended, so that's nothing to be sneezed at. Fantastic. Thank you. Next image. Cough that in your case. Well, we've got an 86, a 62, an 80, a 77 and a 78.
Oh, come on.
And I would suggest that the 2 people here sitting next to each other need to have a conversation.
Yeah, well, I can do that. Come on. What a story. What a story. So, this is all about the cat that's going, I'm going to get this bird and turn it into a stew. The book's open, the recipe book's open on the page, ready to cook it. And the bird's hiding behind the pot plant. It's a fantastic story. It's uniquely positioned. It's a unique angle to tell this story. The story is very easy to grab. The cat is just enticing, but I'm not going to go near it when it's got that tongue out. It's showing its real intention in its eyes. It's what a cat does. It's in its get 'em mode, isn't it? And that bird just poking out, saying, "You're not getting me," is just the quintessential little icing on the cake at the end of this great story.
Okay, Bruce.
Sure. I love the story. I love the idea of it and everything. My thing was the execution. Just I fell really flat. Didn't give any 3-dimensionality to something that could really pop. I think I brought it right down because of the technical more than the story. And I'm listening. I think the story's great. I do love the little parrot that's poking its head behind the thing. That's awesome. Like, yeah, you can't find me. But yeah, I'm willing to come up. But yeah, I do think it needs. I think that creativity is great. I think the execution is lacking.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Quickly.
I think talking about people who like to watch the world burn. Sometimes it feels like a cartoon. It feels like one of the, so it's got that two-dimensionality of something on the page, and that's the way I can resolve what you're seeing in there, because when I first got up there, it did jar with me, but then the story is so strong, I think it's got that cartoon element that makes it work.
Yeah, I think it's truly intentional and purely intentional that the way that it's been presented to us, because if that cookbook was any further back, we wouldn't be able to read it. There's an oven in the background. We wouldn't be able to see those elements because they would be hidden then behind the pot plant, the birds, the cat. This is one of those instances where we need to be told everything on a fairly flat plane to be able to get the story quickly and to be able to get the story effectively. And they've given us all those elements to tell just a ripping story really quickly. Quintessential illustrative piece of work.
I think Vanessa's keen about this one, but if she could keep her score where it is and if everyone could rescore. $80, okay, so we've got the background there. There we go, well done. Okay, a semi-finalist. Next image, please.
Normally they get stolen. We have a semi-finalist at 80. Great execution, love the use of the light and just a little bit of cloud or mist coming up. Beautifully done, thank you. Next image, please. We have a score that's below the awards average at 62. I think a challenging location to shoot. There's been some application of techniques or filters over it. And just look at the image as though it were a straight painting or an image and say, well, what is it that I want my viewers to look at? And my eye goes to that bright sky, whereas I think you want my eye to go to the old car. And I think you need to change the tonality and the colour, etc., to do that. So, but great subject, so worthwhile in giving it another go. Next image, please.
We have a commended at 72.
But this is our homeland. This is our country. This is what this is what we would see if we went out to the middle of Victoria at the moment, and dry and there's this desolate place where someone's meant to make a living from. And there's a man standing there saying, "This is my land. This is my livelihood. This is my life." And I think it's really well told. It's very gritty, but at the same time, it's very delicate, and it's just got a few little hints of life with the bird and the few remaining sheep. And yeah, I don't understand, guys. To me, it's delightful, really delightful.
Steve?
Yeah, there are so many elements that I agree with you in terms of the texture, even the kind of texture that's happening in the sky and that type of thing. There seems to be perhaps some fundamental issues with it that doesn't really kind of match the mood that the creator's trying to make. And a lot of that has to do with where the subject is. They're directly in front of the actual tractor, which isn't too much of a problem, however we can't find them. And then we have these elements of the sheep where they aren't quite planted with gravity and certain elements like that. There's kind of shadows that are not quite there, and I don't know. Could somebody else help me?
Yeah, I can go with that. No, it's the focal point of the whole image is the grass in the foreground. Everything else is slightly out. And that, to me, is quintessentially, when you're back here, it works. When you're close, it starts falling to bits, unfortunately. I think, yes, it's beautiful, and the idea and everything is great, and I appreciate it for that, but it doesn't hold up when under scrutiny for me anyway, so for those reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, maybe the sheep and the land that this man works on is the focus. Maybe that's the intentional angle to go with here, is that that is his livelihood, and that's his focus of attention. It's why he stays on this land. The positioning of elements, maybe the man could be a little forward or to the left, but we can find him. When we go in there, we can find him. And some of these elements are meant to be small to draw us in to go looking further beyond to where he lives. It's a beautiful palette. It's beautifully chosen. I can tell it's been carefully chosen. And I think all of that makes it worth rewarding.
Thank you. Judges, if you'd like to rescore, Vanessa, you keep yours at 83. And we have a commended at 75. I'm just going to add in, I tend to agree with the subject placement, just move the farmer and maybe crop it square, and then your sheep work a little bit better perhaps. Anyway, love talking about these things. Next image, please.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll say 81 to give you.
It's obvious you guys don't like this one.
Well, one of us does. Just won't let me.
Won't let it go.
Let me just log in again.
All right, so we know that we've got a high semi-finalist at the moment, but we've also got a challenger, Bruce, on 95. Oh, it wasn't you. I know it's you, bloody Steve again. Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to swear. Bloody Steve again. That's right. They keep. I've got all of the. We've got the 85s come through. 86 is the average. Great. The computer scored up. Okay. Well, just, Steve, you got a 95, and you've got 85, 80, 83, and 87. The floor is yours.
Wonderful, thank you. Exquisite. There is a real study within Renaissance painting. This feeling reminds me of the background of the Mona Lisa, and all of that kind of rich tea-stained, that's a horrible way to describe it, but that kind of yellowed varnish that's happening here. This is all created photographically. The shadows are beautifully placed. The pose is wonderful. The cuffs on the character's wrists mimic that swan, that black swan. Initially, I thought that there were perhaps some technical cloning issues happening in the reflection of the lakes, which is why I kind of hung around that area. But they're actually the reflections of the buildings behind her. So it really is beautifully crafted. If you look deep into the details, it mimics the paintings of yesteryear with masters of all types. The colour palette's gorgeous. If you squint, all the elements are beautifully there, laying where all the highlights should be, and it's shaping the swan as part of the character and the swan itself.
Anybody else like to comment? Sure.
This is an interesting one because I think that if this was printed, it would have a completely different feel. Like, to me, the swan and the ruffles sort of just stand out a bit too much. The one thing that stopped me, Steve, from going into the 90s, and I was really close to going there, was actually the position of the hands. They're just not as delicate as the rest of the image. It's they feel a bit awkward. That's my thing. But I think printed, this would be an exceptional print because they would handle the whites.
Adam?
Awkward's the word that might actually get me over the line here, because because it's the look on her face. I feel like there's an anxiousness about, and what I was originally going to say is there's something about the balance of the image. That left swan is so dominant, it feels like it's sort of forcing its way in. And now, and I sort of saw the awkwardness in the face and the hands. Maybe that's, obviously it's very, very deliberate, but I think it might add to that feeling. It is well lit, it's very warm, but the tea stain, thing works well. So I'm really listening and I'm encouraged.
It's quick, yep.
Yeah, has anyone heard of the fable, The Ugly Duckling? Yeah.
Steve, the short answer is if you were ugly as a duckling, you haven't changed. Okay, judges. Are you okay? Alrighty, judges. Steve, you comfortable? You want to make a final comment?
No.
In all seriousness, because it's a good score. We want to make sure it's done correctly.
Yeah. No, I definitely am staying exactly where I am.
Okay,
because of it.
you will, because you're not allowed to change your score. But the other judges, you may take on board the comments and please rescore.
Sorry.
So we've got an 87, 89. Oh, it'll go for review. That's the way. 89, very close. Off for review. Well, that's a, yeah. Thanks for doing that to me, guys. That's going to take us at least another 5 hours away from getting down to the pub tonight. Okay, next image, please. We'll stay here as long as it takes. Certainly with images like that, they're wonderful to look at. That's pretty consistent. I guess I'm going to say 83. What is it, 82, 83? I don't know yet. I might be 84 even, 84, 83 and a half. It's going to be between 81 and 87. 83, there we go, should have stuck to it. Okay. Wonderfully put together. What more do we need to say? The light looks great, the colour's great, composition. It's very, possibly a little bit more animation in the pose, but then again, for the genre, maybe that's exactly what the photographer wanted. And sorry, two lives colliding. Okay, yeah, that's well said. Okay, next one. Next image, please.
Sorry, I'll be here a week.
Well, 87, a semi-finalist as well, very high, and we're going to have a little bit of a conversation here. I hope you're ready, Bruce, but we'll start with you second. Adam, we're sick of listening to Steve, so we're going to talk to you for a little while.
The amazing thing for me about this image is that I didn't notice the technique straight away. That dripping feeling of what was coming down. I saw it in the glasses, and it took me a while before I actually recognised it across the rest of the image as well. The way that everything's sort of dripping out, and we're seeing through this person here, through the looking glass again, through to the background. And everything's just, to me, it's this person standing in the way of, it's them against the world sort of leaking out. There are so many metaphors, and I think it's every element of this. The lighting is really well controlled. Everywhere we want to be, I know we're not. It's handled technically really well, and the deadpan expression that lighting gives us, that it's so run of the mill yet so exquisite in the way that it asks all these questions about what's happening, what's this person standing in the way of. And the more I look at it, the more I want to explore it, and the more I think I'm shy, actually. So I'm glad you went a bit higher than me, actually.
Sure. All right. I went low because I just didn't get it. Now, I'm wrong. I am totally wrong. I enjoyed it, but yeah, it didn't gel with me. I was seeing technique, no form to me at the time, but now you guys have said what you've said, it definitely makes me reconsider quite a lot. So I'm not going to justify my score.
Quickly. Yeah, I'll be quick. I felt like he was blending into nature, like he wanted to blend into, his beard's going green. He's sort of like, yeah. I was shy, and I'm a bit sad with myself for being shy, so I don't know how, you don't really have to talk that hard because I'm going to go up to 90s anyway.
Okay. No, I'm just going to.
I think we're all there. It's a matter of how far we're there. Look at all the stories, and then that's such a great concept again that it's so arresting, and I just want to keep looking at it, and I get, my imagination just runs with me, and that's not only based in the concept but in the exquisite technique.
Thank you, judges. Okay, Steve, you've said nothing, and that was wonderful, but you can't. But you can't change your score. Yeah. 93. Does that make it a finalist? Just slips in, I think. Okay. All righty. Next print, please. Next print. Next image, please.
Yeah, that was fun.
So we've got a semi-finalist with a score of 84. Everybody's scoring very, very closely. I look at the way that's been put together, and I'd just like to say well done. Next image, please. So we've got a 69. It will go for review to get into the commended section. I like we're in the artistic area, the artistic section, so the use of filters and blur, etc., around the site, I think has been done well. I just wonder whether, tonally we could knock them down a little bit so that the light gets focused up onto the child a little bit more. Any other suggestions up the top? Chop it in half, take the bottom off a bit as well? Yeah, you could do that as well. Okay, next image, please.
Top corner, 94.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
The light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
We're going to get a 95 next.
Oh, is that why you gave it 93? Subliminal influences.
Yeah.
So we have an average of 76. Comfortable with that? Yep. Yeah, okay. So I think some of the expressions on some of the girls are great, and some of them are a little bit indeterminate, perhaps. The background may be a little bit light, and if that were maybe a different background, but you don't always have control over that, I understand, but certainly a concept worth following. Next image, please. So we have an average of 67, which is just below the awards. Some great points in there. I mean, the family that is represented here would absolutely love it. And, you know, it's a great example of, you know, naive photo art in some ways, I guess. Maybe just some of the subjects a little bit overlit, and again, just a little bit too, you know, strongly lit in many places. And a few people are saying, is it tilted to an angle? But yeah, I think that's possibly intentional. Yeah, so some people say I'm tilted at an angle too. Yeah, so very entertaining. Thank you. Next image, please.
Yep, Ms. Kay here. Yep, she can step in. Cool, thank you. No.
Oh, no.
Can you judge for Steve after this one?
Just
for one. Just quickly.
I might get you to judge for me after that because I think I need to go where Steve needs to go.
Oh, no, next one. You got
next one.
five.
Sorry. I'm not busting yet.
Sorry.
Too much information for
I
live
know,
streaming
right.
here. I've got the mic on.
Oh, 6 left. Yeah. Oh, I'm all right then. That's okay. 6 left.
Okay, yeah, so am I.
Yep.
6 left, and then we go into the.
Yeah, maybe we can have a wee break before the.
Do you want a small break
Not
or a wee break?
wee.
wee break.
Hang on, we can't. Yeah, and if I do what I nearly did, we'd have to reset.
Yeah. You're proud of that too, I love it.
If you had done it with a Scottish accent, it would have been better.
We have a 76, which is a commended image. Vanessa, a quick comment from you, please.
Oh, thanks. Look, it's such a lovely idea, and it's delightful. And this is one of those ones. Just practice settling everything into the image. Some things feel like they're floating. Some things feel like they could be anchored a little better.
Thank you. Next image, please.
It is a little stuffy. I don't know why I think they've got the door shut because they're worried about the noise, but we might swap that out. We have a score of roll of drums. It is 67. And I think the idea is great, you know, the water and all that sort of stuff happening. Just look at your colour palette. And I mean, you know, you will have seen some of the other entries today where the colour palette is very strong. This is also very strong, but I just don't know whether it hangs together. So I'd be looking at, you know, the use of colour and how that might strengthen the image. I mean, even as a black and white, you may find this is stronger. I'm not suggesting it is black and white, but I'm getting kicked off. The next picture's already there. Shut up, Peter. Get on with it.
Where's the orchestra to play off?
Maybe I should have been doing it earlier.
Okay, we have a 75, a commended image, and I think the image has got some wonderful colour and light and things and expressions in there. I wonder whether I need a figure on that bridge or a figure in the gondola down below, just some point of interest within the frame rather than the light up the top. But certainly some wonderful things happening in the image. Thank you. Next image, please. So we have a commended image again with an average of 77, I'm going to guess, before the computer proves me right or wrong. I always look at the desaturated colours, which I believe it's the same photographer and the style, reminiscent of the Dusseldorf school, and very decent. I think that colour palette is wonderful. I like the composition. 77, yeah, maybe as the panel chair, I'd just say I think the judges are a little bit hard on you this time. Anyway. The cutting, okay, so some of the comments was the cutting out of the tree. So it's probably technical things. So compositionally, you're on the money, and maybe just refining the technique and embedding the objects that you've got into the image better. Thank you. Next image, please. What's happening, mate? No, it's my phone. Tony's lost his phone. Do you want me to ring it?
We've been trying to ring it.
Okay, he's probably got it switched off. Yeah, he's only up the back there. A semi-finalist with 83. Very, very even judging there. I haven't got an awful lot to add except that the judges like it. Maybe a little bit of refinement on the subject and the way she sits against the background. I can see a few little telltale handiworks there, which maybe if were improved, could perhaps lift the sky up again, lift the mark up again. But well seen and well scored. Next image, please. It feels late in the evening. It's only a little bit after 6. So
That says it's 20 to 11.
That's just the physical.
Yeah. It's catchy. Thanks very much.
I'm fine. I had it before 3 weeks ago. I'm in right now.
She's in denial.
Oh, we're going to have a conversation here, are we? What's happening? Oh, here we go. We love a conversation. So that's an average of 81. A semi-finalist. Well done. So, well, it's up to you.
You can just fill in the gaps.
Yeah, so you're challenging and Steve, you're talking. All right, off you go.
The nostalgia and the softness and the painterly feel that's happening through this. The photographer has created a mood And then I came back to kind of the ceramic ducks that were stuck on the walls in every 70s home. And that kind of brings back, yet again, that nostalgia. Even the greens and the browns that were used in most kitchens back then, really, like everything lends itself to nostalgia with this. It's beautifully done. It's very subtle. The mist coming through the trees adds just that right amount of depth. I'd like to hear everybody else's opinion.
Well, I'd just like to make a comment about the nostalgia and the fact that kitchens were painted that colour, because mine certainly wasn't. But anyway, who would like to have a comment?
I was on the lower end. I see where you're going. I love the tonality and everything in it. The thing that really took me out of it was that top left corner. It really broke the spell for me, unfortunately. But I'm glad that you're really thinking about your kitchen. Now we know how your place works. No, it's beautiful, and I'll come up a bit, but yeah, I really the darkness of that top left corner it's funny because we usually talk about the brightest thing drawing our eye. That black draws my eye straight up and takes me away from the birds.
It's the same colour as what's on the right hand side, and
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like it doesn't feel right.
Okay, yes, Adam?
That's the only thing stopping me from putting 95 or 90 something in there, is that because the rest of it is exquisitely handled. And it could even be higher than that, because once it's gone, then it may give even more mood to the fog, and the light is handled so well, and so it's got such a natural feel about it. Everything feels in the right spot. Whether it's a construct or not, it doesn't matter. It's a beautifully presented image, just not that top left corner.
I can rebuke that. Essentially, if we were to lighten that, or if that was somehow lightened, all that dark wedge that's happening in the bottom right would feel unbalanced. I actually feel that it is the right amount of density within such a really strong, bright area that it does balance the lower bottom right third of the rest of the bushes that's coming around.
Thank you. Judges, if you'd like to rescore. Adam, you've got to stay the same, have you? Yeah, it's your turn. Okay. Tweedledee and Tweedledum over there. You're on 87. Okay.
We know we were sleeping.
We're at a score of 84. Up a couple more points, so that's important. Thank you very much, judges. Okay, now I think this is where the live streaming finishes for a little while. Oh, okay. Were there not some other images not suitable for public distribution that we're supposed to be looking at? Not that you know? Oh, okay. No, I thought there might. I was told there were some nudie rudies that we couldn't actually send out. We can do the reviews now. Okay. Yep. Sure. Yep. Let's do the reviews next. No trouble. So, 8 reviews. Can we actually turn on the lights? Yep. We can turn on the lights somewhere. Whoa! Oh, there's a world out here. Hey, there's Tony's phone over there. Just kidding. Okay. Alrighty, so we're going to quick, clean fight about this. All right, everybody? So 79, is this to be in the semi-finalist category? It's going to stay at 79.
So no, we have to say, yeah, we're saying if it goes up, so we're going, yeah.
Yes,
So
if it's
yes,
going
it
up.
goes
Yes, if
up.
it's going up.
Yes, if it goes up, no, if it stays.
So it's staying where it is.
You've got no written on both sides of your card, have you? Oh.
It's just underlined.
That one was 79.
79, does that go up? No, it stays down.
Was that it?
I hated being, on the other end and just like sitting there
The 50-50. Yeah.
although it's gone well for me too.
We've already had that one.
It's like Groundhog Day.
There we go. This was 69.
It remains at 69. We're almost there, almost.
Next one.
This was 69.
This one was also 69. And it shall remain at 69.
Stand up, Pete, show us finish.
Okay, this was 79.
Okay, 79. And we've got it going up to 80, so this becomes a semi-finalist. Is it a semi-finalist?
We really need to go get some food, don't we? Yes. Done that one.
Okay, this one was 79. Is it going up?
It's going now.
Nope.
No, stays at 79.
And this one was 89. Is it going to go up to
Big decision.
Yes,
It's a finalist. Woohoo!
okay.
Okay, so we've got a boss here. What are we doing next, boss? So live stream. So for those of you who are on live stream, thank you for your attendance. Thank you to EIZO for sponsoring this category. We're now going into the secret judges business where we will work out the overall winners. And the judges are all asking me for half a minute, so we'll cut off from live stream now before you need to hear too much more. Thank you for being in attendance.